on board, but the Charlie Hills team not been in the best of form of late.
No, as I've said many a time, he was just an okay. Peace Man needed to run, the same with Spiritual Dancer, and Al Mahib looked well. But no, I'll stick with lead artist here, Sam.
Excellent. Thank you, Cam.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
So it's lead.
Find on official ratings, but he's a solid customer at this level, isn't he?
He is, and he's very effective on the track, and he's effective sort of between a mile and 10 furlongs. So this 9 furlong trip, it should be about right for him, shouldn't it? But he's still rated 110. I mean, just to as we have it at the moment, Liberty Lane is a very, very warm order at the top of the market. Spirit Dancer officially rated 118. Then you've got Liberty Lane 113, and then a clutch of horses. Lead Artist 112, Ancient Rome 110, the Foxes 111, Almobir 110. So it's a deep field, a competitive race, and lots of horses with similar levels of form, really.
Even if this is a pipe opener for Spirit Dancer en route to a defence of his Bahrain International Trophy next month, 20 to 1's quite a big price.
Yeah, it just depends how straight he is. I did get the impression in the paddock that he would tighten up for the run, and obviously the Bahrain International is about 5 weeks away now, and I'd imagine a repeat bid there will be sort of the main target.
But this trip is absolutely bang on for him, 9 furlongs as he goes in the red silks of Sir Alex Ferguson. And Lead Artist, the Juddmonte colt, the sole 3-year-old in the race, will be the last one forward for the Space Blues Darley Stakes. Ian Bartlett once again. That's your big...
All in, ready. They're off. Mile and a furlong is the trip. Slowest away was Savvy Victory in the yellow and red jacket, as the dark blue of Al Mubir will lead the Space Blues Darley Stakes in the early strides. The favourite Liberty Lane, a yellow jacket, running in second. Peace Man in black and white colours is next. A pink out then for second favourite. Lead Artist is a half length further back and runs in 4th place. Red colours of Spirit Dancer is next, and then in pink and green Ancient Rome. Savvy Victory will be about a length further back, and the best turned out winner, the Foxes, blue and white colours, now precede Savvy Victory and is last but one. They make their way down the straight then towards the final 3/4 of a mile, and with the advantages, Al Mubir and Tom Marquand leading to Clifford Lee on Liberty Lane running in second place. Peace Man, Robert Havlin, 1 length further behind those in third, and Kieran Schumacher on his stablemate Lead Artist showing in 4th place. Then Jamie Spencer in the pink and green on Ancient Rome, red jacket for a Sheen Orr on Spirit Dancer, blue and white for Asheen Murphy, the Foxes with Rossaran, Savvy Victory in the yellow and red colours. They can see the 3 furlong pole now. Al Mubir continues to stride along in front, but only by around about a half length. Liberty Lane in second place. Peace Man is behind those in third. Ancient Rome towards the right, beginning to make some progress. Lead Artist trying to get into contention, and then Spirit Dancer and Savvy Victory. The Foxes continues to be at the back of the field, well past the bushes, heading down towards the dip. The big two in the market now. Lead Artist, the white sleeves, comes through to take on Liberty Lane in the yellow jacket. Ancient Rome and Peace Man behind those. They begin the uphill run with Lead Artist in front, but Liberty Lane trying to reel him in all the time. Lead Artist and Kieran Schumacher, though, still have the advantage by a length, and they are staying in front to win. Liberty Lane in second, Peace Man in third, and in 4th place, Ancient Rome.
Against the rail in the red and blue, just having to be chased along in a generously run race to halfway. Bolognese a little off the gallop with Invictus Gold and Pearl of Windsor on the extreme left there. Moving on down now inside the last
Invictus Gold plugging on from the rear. Down inside the last furlong they come.
Jungle Drums, Bolognese, it ain't two, and still Invictus Gold is closing in. Milford in the light blue making some late headway. It's a slow motion finish in rain-softened ground. Jungle Drums is in front with 100 yards to cover and is seeing this out very determinedly. Jungle Drums wins the Coral Rockingham. It's very close for second between It Ain't Two, Bolognese and Milford. They were chased in by Invictus Gold, further back to Raneen, Pearl of Windsor and Dark Cloud Rising.
It's another one for Carl Burke. Many times we've said
money from Raki at 3s, 100 to 30 City of London, Kotgar 12s, 18s Rapid Mission.
Yeah, I think the favourite will take plenty beaten. Short price, very progressive on the level for Michael Bell. Ended up winning and completing the hat trick off a mark of 79. Made the move and bought by JP McManus and sent to Ollie Greenhill and Josh Guerrero. So yeah, they've joined a good yard, an up and coming yard, and you know, he looks very much the one to beat. I wasn't keen on Raki. He's done okay on the flat for Alan King, but he lacks a little bit of size and scope for hurdling. You've got City of London, who's a half-brother to Nemean Lion. He was a horse that got better with age and racing, so, you know, be surprised if City of London was ready to go at this stage of his career. But I have to say, he does look a really nice type down at the start. So, yeah, I was I was going to put up a long shot to finish second to the favourite in Rapid Mission, but I haven't seen City of London. He does certainly look the part, and he looks the biggest danger to My Noble Lord. But I do think Rapid Mission could certainly run second to the favourite here and might be of interest. Another angle looking in, betting without. But if you want to play it simple, then My Noble Lord's the one to beat.
My Noble Lord, the one to beat then, is 10 to 11 in the market. John Joe O'Neill Jr. on board. They have got out onto the track now, so it's not too long before we get going. Just the 5 runners for the opener here at Chepstow, racing over 2 for a juvenile hurdle contest. It's 10 to 11, My Noble Lord from Raki at 3, 7 to 2, City of London, Kotgar 14s, and 22s for the outsider here, Rapid Mission. As the flag has been raised, it looks like they're going to take a final turn before they face the starter, and we're not long before we're getting going for the opener over in Wales.
Walking forward, and they're off. For the Champion Equestrian Juvenile Hurdle, 3-year-olds running over 2 miles, and the previously unraced City of London is joined on his outside by the short price favourite, My Noble Lord, as they cross over the first flight. There was a coming together between the leading 2. Raki is racing in 3rd position. On that one's inside is Rapid Mission, and held up at the back of the field is Kotgar with a circuit to go. So now 7 more flights of hurdles to take. There'll be 4 of them taken in the back straight and a long run towards flight number 2. Richard Patrick and City of London have got the lead over My Noble Lord and John Joe O'Neill Jr. racing in second as they go Adam Wedge, and now they make the uphill run towards the back straight. City of London on his racecourse debut now has opened up a lead of 2 lengths over the 4 times flat winner My Noble Lord, who races in second. 2.5 lengths away, Rapid Mission is in third, 1.5 lengths to Raki in fourth, and 2 further lengths to Kotgar, last of the quintet. Still around about 3 parts of a furlong to go before they encounter flight number 2, and then leads them towards the second flight, followed by My Noble Lord in second place. And then there's a break opening up of some 3 lengths to Raki, who comprehensively outjumped Rapid Mission, who made a slight error, and out wide is Kotgar. Going into the second flight taken down the back, City of London rather wandered going into it and gave that flight of hurdles plenty of air. A change at the back of the field, Rapid Mission has now dropped back to last. Over flight number 4 they go. City of London led the way to My Noble Lord in second, and now there's 3 lengths between the first 2. A further 2.5 lengths away to Raki, followed by Kotgar and Rapid Mission. The final flight taken down the back straight, and a quicker leap by the leader, City of London, than the favourite, My Noble Lord, in second. My Noble Lord just fiddled his way over that flight. So another very long run on the flat now, about half a mile before they cross over the first of the 3 flights of hurdles in the home straight. So now about to enter the final 3/4 of a mile, and it is City of London who still leads the way. Now closing up is My Noble Lord in second, Raki is in third, and then in fourth, Rapid Mission, and around the outside is Kotgar, yet to play his hand. Now they go into that far turn. City of London being closed down now by the other 4. His lead reduced to only 1.5 lengths by My Noble Lord in second. In third, Raki on the inside of Rapid Mission, and dropping back a further 1.5 lengths once again is Kotgar, although he is no more than 6 lengths off the leader, who continues to be City of London as they make the turn in. The third from home is taken very close to the half-mile peg, and now it is City of London who leads them down to that flight. He leads by about 1.5 lengths over My Noble Lord, who is stalking in second. Here is the third from home, City of London to My Noble Lord in second. Shaken up in third is Rapid Mission, passed now by Raki, and struggling at the back of the field is Kotgar. Racing on now towards the second from home, and it is City of London about to be tackled now by My Noble Lord. They have always been the first 2, and this is the second from home. Good jump by the leader. The leader is City of London. My Noble Lord was not as fluent, and now he's coming under a ride. Raki now looms as a danger. Racing down the hill inside the final 1/4 mile. The final flight taken exactly on the furlong peg. It is City of London on the far side. My Noble Lord between rivals. Raki towards the near side at the final flight. Very little between the trio. City of London is digging in gamely. Now joined again by My Noble Lord. Raki outpaced now, back in third. 100 yards to go. My Noble Lord begins to assert. It's My Noble Lord in front. Big run by City of London in second, Raki in third, and there is a race for 4th place. Although beaten a long way, Kotgar will get up for 4th. 5th was Rapid Mission.
Bolognese was third at 7-4 favourite. Dead heat for third between Bolognese and Milford. Bolognese the 7-4 favourite, and Milford 40-1. The race won by Jungle Drums at 20-1, with it into second at 5-1. But Kilbarry Cece continues to play Catch Me If You Can, and she's also a half sister to Silent Approach, who won that Grade 2 Mares Chase at Cork on Hillyway Chase Day last year. So really nicely bred mare, and she had a decent run over hurdles at Listowel there a couple of weeks ago when she finished 4th behind Born in Purple. Born in Purple, Willie Mullins filly got out in front and wasn't for catching, but Kilbarry Cece kept on nicely. That was over 2 miles, and this doesn't look like she's anywhere near to wanting to be caught. She looks none the worse for that. It was just a little jink, wasn't it? Nothing that's going to affect her chances of taking part, bar if she takes some time now to be caught. And there's Ethan O'Sullivan. It gives us a chance to talk about some of the other runners. Blacksmith's Forge is an interesting filly of Jerry Keene's. Jerry Keene was in good form there at Galway, and Ragman's Corner stayed on well to win nicely. And we're going to see Ragman's Corner later on as well, running off an £8 higher mark. But Blacksmith's Forge, she had a nice run at Sligo when she finished third behind Jerry's Gigi of Gordon Elliott. She's now rated 119. And that was over 2 miles, 1.5 furlongs. She shaped that day as if she would appreciate going up and trip. And she went up and tripped to 2 miles and 4.5 furlongs at Roscommon the last day, as Kilbarry CC plays catch, or not catch as the case is for now. And Blacksmith's Forge, she did shape that day as if she would appreciate maybe going up again and trip, but this 2.5 mile trip is a good trip for her now. She's from the family of Cab on Target, high class staying chaser and hurdler for Mary Reevely. Gone back a few years now, but plenty of stamina in her pedigree, and she's only had those 2 runs over hurdles. A forlorn looking Ethan O'Sullivan, but he looks none the worse for that mishap, as does Kilbarry CC. No, she's not wanting to play ball at all. She's wanting to elude everybody who's tried to catch her. White Wine Wednesday is an interesting mare as well for Matthew Daly. Gary Noonan taking the ride. Gary, hey, this looks good. Well done, that man. So we've had no notification as to whether she will or won't take part, but here comes Ethan O'Sullivan back around. So she's just over at the side of the track here, just at the bend beyond the stands. So hopefully she'll be reunited now with Ethan O'Sullivan, and she'll be on her way back down to the 2.5 mile start, or the 2 mile 4.5 furlong start. There's Con O'Keefe with her, making sure she's okay. Breeder and part owner and trainer. He owns her in partnership with Tygo Sullivan and Anthony O'Keefe. Hopefully Ethan O'Sullivan will be back on board and on his way down to the start with her. Nell's Choice was the mare who was really well supported, Cian Collins' mare, and she's had 4 runs over hurdles. She's probably going to have to improve on what she's done so far if she's going to be involved here. But her run in the maiden hurdle at Cork, when she finished 4th behind Jolly Jewel of Brian McMahon's, that wasn't a bad run. And she was 5th then at Limerick next time, behind Far From Nowhere, Paul Nolan's mare. That was a race in which Disco Dancer of Gordon Elliott's finished 2nd. That wasn't a bad run either. She was really well beaten at Listowel last time. That was the first run back after a break since July. But obviously the market expects her to improve on that, and that was, given that that was her first run after a short break, there's every chance she will improve on it. King Collins' horses are in good form as well. But there's Kilbarry CC on her way down to the start to join the others. You can see she's just about 2 furlongs away from them now. Lady Nightingale is another interesting mare in here. She's had 4 runs over hurdles, and she's had 3 runs in point to points as well. Horse number 10 now is withdrawn. White Wine Wednesday has been withdrawn. It's all going on here. Just did see one of the horses coming away from the group, and there she is. White Wine Wednesday has been withdrawn on veterinary advice, which is a pity. She was a mare with a chance, all right. Sister to Affordale Fury. But Kilbarry CC just gone down to join them. Hopefully she'll just come back around and join them. And Lady Nightingale, yeah, she's had just those 4 runs over hurdles. She finished 6th behind Mexican Moonshine. She was about 9 lengths behind Blacksmith's Forge in that Roscommon race the last day, so there's no real reason to expect that she'll be able to reverse placings with Blacksmith's Forge. She did keep on though. But her run before that at Kilbeggan, when she finished 2nd behind Zafania, was probably a better run, when she challenged at the 2nd last and kept on to take 2nd place. She was only beaten 2 lengths in the end by Zafania. Kilbarry CC still having her own ideas about where she's going to go and what she's going to do. So, as Gary O'Brien says, heading off in the wrong direction with Ethan O'Sullivan on board. So, hopefully we'll be able to get her back now and get her back to join the others. But this is obviously horse number 11 has been withdrawn. So Kilbarry CC withdrawn as well. So we're going to go without Kilbarry CC and White Wine Wednesday as we go back to the studio to Tom.
We might have a little bit of conflict, but Kilbarry CC, well, basically it's her fault. There you go. But she was caught. She doesn't run. The remainder do, with Blacksmith's Forge at the top of the betting. And Starter's going to get up in his roster. Hopefully they're going to take another turn. Shackleton has been well backed, Dave.
Extremely well backed in this, basically St Ledger trial, isn't it? The Zetland Stakes. Won nicely last time out at the Curragh. Steps up to Group Company here, but really looks as though it'd be suited by the 10 furlong trip. So obviously plenty of support for that. But
11 to 10 Shackleton. You can see Stars in Their Eyes is 9 to 2. Green Storm is 7 to 1. Too Soon 8 to 1. County Mayor for number 1 17 to 2. Dunamaze 14s and the Green Mile is 28 to 1. That's your betting for the Palace Piers Zetland Stakes Group 3 off at 150 or due off at 150. Over 10 furlongs at Newmarket. This is the delayed 140 at Fairyhouse, the Adair Manor Opportunity Mares Maiden Hurdle. That is because Kilbarry CC got loose, then did partner up again with Ethan O'Sullivan, but is
still on the track.
Well, slowly heading back to the paddock and where she should be, which is it's frustrating. It can't be helped. They can be rather unpredictable animals.
Well, yeah, they can.
That's the scene at Newmarket, right of shot. We will have to go. We will have to go boxes here because we're going to show you both races live.
So Kilbarry CC making her way back to the parade ring here beside us. And once she gets off the track, I'm sure that will be the green light for go. And the other mare is just starting to come into a line. Look to see where Kilbarry CC is. I can't see her yet. She hasn't come back in here yet, but hopefully she'll be off the track quite quickly. And there she is. She's obviously in good form and on good terms with herself. She's coming in there off the track and coming back in here. So that should be the green light for go, going without Kilbarry CC and White Wine Wednesday.
Hurdle. Just the 10 of them now in the absence of White Wine Wednesday and the errant Kilbarry CC. And through the early stages of this 2 mile, 4.5 furlong contest, it is Ad Calum who shows the way over flight number 1, which they all take okay. Sorailta wasn't the most fluent and is towards the rear early, as Ad Calum and Connor Stone Walsh establish a lead of about 2.5 lengths over French Fort Legend, who settles into second. Running in third is Born Bright, the sheepskin noseband. That one being tracked through these early stages by one of the greys, Lady Nightingale. Towards the end is the debutante Poetic Focus as they take flight number 2, where there was a slight mistake from French Fort Legend. Jules Senna wasn't all that fluent either. So they continue.
Just in a different proposition today, Faded very tamely well backed on his debut at this track over 7 furlongs today. With the benefit of that run, whatever went wrong here last time, different proposition, jumped, travelled strongly and has kept on really well for rider Gavin Ryan to record a nice success, but that does not tell the whole story, because if you backed Local Lad the favourite after a sluggish start, you were closing your eyes with 5 furlongs to run. He was always going to need a lot of luck from there to get out. Initially, Roro was hemming him in as that rival began to weaken. Then it was the turn of the Grey Jousting who began to weaken, and then Billy Lee, alert to the move on the inside of Nui, kick forward to make his challenge, and that put Local Lad in behind the eventual winner again. He's only got out
He's in behind them, stress-free, and the light blue stays on as well. Inside the last quarter mile, Sisyphean weakens away. Bolster has gone on here from Valvano. Stress-free, light blue, continuing to stay on. Dual Identity and Have Secret running on from the rear, but surely places only. Inside the furlong, Bolster. Stress-free is inching closer, then Valvano and Yukon Glen. Bolster is all out. Stress-free is still closing, but time is running out. Bolster is clinging on and defies top weight to beat Stress-free. Valvano in third, Yukon Glen an honourable run in fourth, then Have Secret, Dual Identity, Paddy the Squire, City Streak, Maglark, Sisyphean weakened away, Beneteau and Magico virtually last. Bintaldar tailed off.
Bolster, the winner, has beaten Stress-free, Valvano and Yukon Glen. That was the first 4 home in the 205 at York, John.
Yeah, it's Saturday. Carl Burke, first 2 winners at York. Just it's a common theme, isn't it? When the big money's on and Saturday afternoon, that the stable come to the fore. Good effort last time at Newbury on the heavy ground. Prominent racer. I mean, they've got a fair gallop there. Particularly, I thought they got racing a fair way out. Maybe they weren't. It wasn't too bad down the far side, but certainly as they've come off the crown of the bend, they've gone for home a long way out. But Bolster's very, very strong. He saw off the other prominent racers fairly early with about 2 to go. Gone to the front. It looked like the dangers were coming from the back. We were hoping that Stress-free might be one of those who were going to come there. He's put up a good effort, but couldn't really lay a glove on Bolster, who still looks strong at the finish.
Bolster, good performance in the 205 as we go to Chepstow for the 210. Roaring Legend moves into favouritism 7-2 from Liari at 4-1. The same price for Letterston Lily. Dodge Along is 11-2. It's 11-1 and bigger the rest here, Craig.
Yeah, Liari, Paul Nichols farmed this race in previous years. He's a horse that reappears that still looks to be well handicapped on 131. He came up short in the Boodles on his final start last year, but I think he can get back on track here. And there's one at a bigger price I couldn't let go on back to you, Yellow Star. He finished off his season last year at Sandown in a novice handicap, taking on the older horses. And the front 4 that day pulled a long way clear. And there was 2 or 3 smart horses alongside him. And he reappears on a mark of 119. He's 22-1 here, Yellow Star. I think he's a big price judged on that Sandown form.
Those are thoughts of Craig Forsyth ahead of the 210 at Chepstow. We're racing over 2 miles here, 11 of them in total for a 4-year-old limited handicap hurdle. And it looks like the main bulk of them have made their way out onto the course, so not far before we get going here. Roaring Legend is the 100-30 favourite from Letterston Lily at 4-1. Liari is 5s. The Dodge Along is 6-1. Mighty Bandit 12s. It's 12s also for Yellow Star. Balboa is 14s. Through the Ages is 16s. It is 16s and bigger the rest as they take the turn to face the starter. And they're coming forwards now. Let's go and take a call for the 210 at Chepstow.
Letterston Lily to the near side. Liari and also Roaring Legend all wanted to get on with things. They're coming in quite quickly here, and this will not be a start. And try again. Luckily, they were coming a little too quickly. Letterston Lily to the near side. Liari and also Roaring Legend.
The false start gives me an opportunity to round up the result from York. They're 205. Bolster won at 7-1 from Stress-free at 5-1. It was Valvano 13-2 in third, and the 4th place was Yukon Glen at 18-1. That was the 205 at York as the flag has been re-raised here at Chepstow. Let's try again.
Clear favouritism now at 16-5. That's it. They're off. For the Paul Ferguson's Jumpers to Follow 4-year-old hurdle, this limited handicap hurdle over 2 miles, and plenty of speed on here. Kurush in the centre, and down at the first is Letterston Lily. Letterston Lily has jinked and unseated the rider at flight number 1. So one of the main market protagonists out at flight 1, Letterston Lily. Shane Fenlon up on his feet okay. The loose horse with the others as they make the run now down to the stable turn. And it's on the outside that Yellow Star comes through now to claim the lead. A Mighty Bandit towards the inside rail with Kurush, who's racing between horse for second. Balboa may just get the head bob to Liari the far side, and rallying on the near side was Yellow Star.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Roaring Legend, the ex-flat horse, get run off his feet and
Bigger for this 2:15 contest, the maiden hurdle over 2.5. And Jack Kennedy and Gordon Elliott combining here with Bleu de Vassy, winner at Clonmel back end of last season, and looking to kick off his hurdles campaign with a success. What do we think, Dom?
Yeah, good chance, Tom. As the market suggests, he's an interesting recruit to hurdle, isn't he? He's a good bumper horse. He finished second in a couple of bumpers before going to Clonmel and winning well. It was soft ground that day, but he won nicely. He was prominent from early. He led about a furlong out. He always travelled well. He travelled like the most likely winner from a fairway out, and he stayed on nicely to beat Champagne Kid of Paul Collins, who won the bumper there at Listowel. So that was an enhancement to that form. And the Gordon Elliott horse is continuing to perform. He's a good winner here on Monday, actually, in Manila 6. So interesting horse. And the Jack Kennedy won on Wee Charlie as well at Galway. Good to see Jack back. But we haven't seen Bleu de Vassy since then. That was in April. And he's racing on ground today that's better than any ground he's encountered. So they're the two kind of imponderables, but he's a classy horse. His dam's a half-sister to Ivan Grozny, who won that conditional jockey's handicap hurdle at Aintree. I think it was the last race on Grand National Day. It might still be. And he won a couple of graded races at Tipperary as well, Ivan Grozny from the family of Berrijan. So Bleu de Vassy, good recruit to hurdles. The second favourite is Mags Mullins' horse, Blazed Away. And Mags Mullins thought enough of this fella to allow him to take his chance in the Grade 2 hurdle here at the March meeting when he was pulled up in the end. He was a 50-1 shot that day, but that was his first run over hurdles. He did win his bumper at Thurles back in March. That was a good performance when he stayed on well to get the better of East Bank Warrior, who's run pretty well in a bumper and over hurdles since then.
2 miles, 2.5 furlongs this time. And it is Marl Park who sets the pace early here, moving on into a lead of 2 lengths or so as they complete the short run to flight number 1, where there was a very deliberate jump from Tea Garden Jazz. All 9 got from A to B okay, and there's about 8 lengths first to last through these early stages as Marl Park shows the way to Bleu de Vassy settling into second position up on the outside of fellow bumper winner Blaze the Way, and they're followed over this next flight by Fast Felix, with just in behind John the Spark, making his second appearance of the week here at Fairyhouse. After John the Spark is Tea Garden Jazz, and then a couple of lengths back to It's Time for Milan. Boston Raj is on the inside, and in between those two, racing for new owners now, Bronson Racing, that's Call Your Bluff, the green with the white hoop and sleeves and the green cap. Levelling up then for flights 3 and 4. Marl Park is the leader to Bleu de Vassy as they take the first of these two, with over in third, Blaze the Way. And then Fast Felix, who's on the inside of John the Spark. And they're followed on the approach to this next hurdle by Tea Garden Jazz. Mistake that time from Blaze the Way. Gave it a wrap and lost a bit of ground as a result. So just over the circuit of the track ahead of them, it is Marl Park, bidding to make all here. Closely attended in second by Bleu de Vassy, winner of a bumper at Clonmel when last seen 6 months ago. Blaze the Way is in third, Thurles bumper winner, and then John the Spark on the outside of Fast Felix, the red and black of Tea Garden Jazz. And then we have Boston Raj, 2 lengths to Call Your Bluff, who's on the inside of It's Time for Milan. Heading uphill now to number 5, Marl Park, with company on the approach to this one in the shape of Bleu de Vassy. Just reaching for that one was Fast Felix, who now finds himself back in 6th position as they race now to the next. Number 6 of the 11, Marl Park and Bleu de Vassy. Very little in at that time. John the Spark made a mistake there. And another one who was far from fluent and was ridden along away from it was Call Your Bluff. There's a reminder or two at the back for It's Time for Milan. Turning at the top of the hill, it is Marl Park on the inside, who shows the way still by about a length to Bleu de Vassy. Blaze the Way, continuing to track them in third on the inside of Tea Garden Jazz as they're passing halfway. After these is Fast Felix, then John the Spark, a few lengths back to Boston Raj, a further 3 to Call Your Bluff, and getting detached in rear now is It's Time for Milan. A mistake from the leader, Marl Park, there, and another one who didn't jump it well was Blaze the Way. Back in the field, Boston Raj made an error as well. So they're really starting to thin out now. Marl Park leads from Bleu de Vassy. There's a length between them. Tea Garden Jazz up on the outside disputes third with Blaze the Way. 2.5 lengths then to Fast Felix as they come on to this next flight. 4 from home. John the Spark still in touch as they go over this one, where there was a slight peck on landing from Blaze the Way, who's still very much in the argument here. Mile Park from Bleu de Vassy as they race inside the final 5 furlongs. Up on their outside is Tea Garden Jazz. Going the shortest way, the horse with the white face, that's Blaze the Way. And then Fast Felix, John the Spark and Boston Raj, who's trying to edge a bit closer as they went over that one. Mile Park still the one to catch from Bleu de Vassy with Blaze the Way just waiting in the wings in 3rd position. Up on the outside, still there with every chance is Tea Garden Jazz. And then Fast Felix and John the Spark, who's coming under pressure. Boston Raj is turning in 7th, and they're clear of the remainder. Homeward bound with 2 to jump, and now Bleu de Vassy goes for home. Takes the long-time leader, Mile Park. Blaze the Way, tries to cover the move. Here's 2 out, Bleu de Vassy over. Mile Park a faller. Mile Park down there, didn't do any favours to Boston Raj, and now Bleu de Vassy is well clear from Blaze the Way. Fast Felix in 3rd. Bleu de Vassy takes the last in style from Blaze the Way. Fast Felix and John the Spark. This is a one-horse race. Bleu de Vassy in splendid isolation on the run-in. Ridden out to the line by Jack Kennedy to score here for Gordon Elliott and Jigginstown House Stud. Bleu de Vassy is in a different league. 2 in 2nd place, John the Spark. Blaze the Way 3rd. Fast Felix is home in 4th position.
That's impressive, isn't it, by Bleu de Vassy? He's really stretched away from his rivals, and we were waiting for a little while to see what was going to finish second. That was John the Spark in the end, who's kept on to take 2nd place, but Bleu de Vassy always travelled really well for Jack Kennedy, racing on the fastest ground that he's ever encountered, but he's handled it really well. His jumping was good. He was just a wee bit big maybe over the first flight, but after that, he really warmed to his task. He came up on the outside of Mile Park, who had that fall at the second last. Hopefully Mile Park will be okay, and Daniel King be all right, because he didn't deserve that. He ran really well for a long way, but Bleu de Vassy was just getting a nice lead from him, and when Jack Kennedy gave him a squeeze, he really picked up well, and Jack just allowed him stretch on over the last and up to the winning line, and he's really stretched that nicely. He's a nicely bred horse, this Jigginstown House Stud gelding. He's out of a mare, is a half-sister to Ivan Grozny. There's that fall from Mile Park, and Bleu de Vassy come down to the last. Jack Kennedy saw that stride, and he jumped it really well, as he had jumped most of his hurdles before this, and John the Spark keeping on to just get up and get the better of Blaze the Way for the runner-up spot. Blaze the Way made a few mistakes on the way around, and that was only his 2nd run over hurdles. He'll be able to improve, you'd imagine, Mags Mullen's horse, when he can just become a wee bit more fluent over his hurdles. And John the Spark stayed on well. He was nicely supported. Ian Donohue's horse. Keith Donohue on board, Keith Donohue off.
Behind those, in sixth position, the red and white jacket of Prince of Perth is next in the field. And that one's followed through by Ben Orlin to the near side in the striped jacket with a red cap. Centre pack is Walk in the Valley, followed through by Power of Jet, and then sees Comps Clive to the near side. Towards the back of the field, Joe Cooker. Also well back at this stage is Red Ned. Another one towards the back of the field is Power of Jet, and Chile is also towards the back of the field. So too Heather Honey as they go past us. With a circuit to travel, there's probably 12 to 15 lengths first to last, and it's Battleborn Lad and Jamie Hamilton who lead away on the final circuit by a length to Wise Move and Jonathan Bewley racing second, and right in the wing mirrors is Wendigo and Gavin Sheehan racing in third. A couple of lengths to Sunset Hill sitting back in fourth position, racing just in advance of She's Not Joe King towards the inside, and then behind those Prince of Perth. Ben Orlin still centre pack, followed through by Walk in the Valley, who's centre field at this stage. So too Power of Jet to the near side, but they're quite well spaced out as they continue their journey towards the next flight, flight number 4, and skipping over nicely was Battleborn Lad, all streaming over that okay. Chile still towards the back of the field with Heather Honey. Joe Cooker's another one towards the back. Red Ned towards the back of the field as well, and so too is Tees Comps Clive as they take the rising ground towards the far side of the track. Then 3 flights of hurdles await them over there, and 1 in the home straight, so they've got 4 left to negotiate in total. And up front, no change. Battleborn Lad still leads by 3 parts of a length to Wise Move racing in second place. 3 parts more to Wendigo towards the inside rail, and a similar margin back to Sunset Hill racing in fourth place. A gap of 3 lengths to She's Not Joe King racing back in fifth position. Ben Orlin out deep on the track tries to make a bit of a forward move with Walk in the Valley towards the inside of that one as they take the first down the far side of the track. All over that okay. Heather Honey a little bit slow towards the back of the field. So right opposite the grandstands they come towards the next flight of hurdles, flight number 6, and still up front Battleborn Lad measured it well, got away by a length to Wendigo, travelling very smoothly in second. Couple of lengths to Sunset Hill racing third. Couple more to Wise Move, who's now slipped back into fourth position. There's a gap of 4 lengths behind that one to She's Not Joe King, who's trying to latch on to the front runners again. And then Prince of Perth to the inside in the red and white. A little bit deeper of that one with the red cap is Walk in the Valley. And then a couple of lengths to Ben Orlin, followed by Joe Cooker, who's trying to make up a little bit of ground in the yellow and blue, but still well back in the field. As Battleborn Lad goes towards the second last flight of hurdles. Battleborn Lad in front by about a length and a half then to Wendigo's giving chase in second place. Sunset Hill is third. She's Not Joking fourth, then Wise Move, and that's followed by Walk in the Valley. And it's big margins to the remainder as they take the rise back towards the home straight. 1 flight to go in the L&R Pest Control Services Novices Hurdle. Battleborn Lad trying to fend them off from the front. Wendigo's got a length to find in second. She's Not Joking is taking third. Sunset Hill is back in fourth. They're well clear of Prince of Perth and also Walk in the Valley, but it's still Battleborn Lad as they come down the home straight towards the 8th and final fence. Battleborn Lad towards the near side. Wendigo sticking to the far side, still trying to close at the final flight. Lovely leap by the leader. Battleborn Lad got away, but only by 3 parts of a length. Wendigo trying hard in second inside the final half furlong. Battleborn Lad all out here, but holding on. Battleborn Lad going pillar to post. Battleborn Lad's made all. Wendigo back in second. She's Not Joking in a tight one for third with Prince of Perth, who finished well, followed by Sunset Hill and then Joe Cooker.
Mark, in good style here today after an extended layoff again. Clearly, she must not be an easy filly to train, but on test and ground, which it is today, she's got a big engine, as was evidenced at the Curragh debut. And again, here she's proved a ready winner, held up, found a good rhythm. She was tracked by the eventual third, Ocean Manifest, and a really good effort by the Grain to ride a shot on Irish debut. Lady Pegasa stepping up in trip here today. Shane Foley dictating things at the front end for Johnny Murtagh's Irish debutant. This one had form in the UK, but was there to be shot at when the eventual winner swept by. And once she got close to the second, she's engaged another gear and it's lengthened to win really well, winning by 5 lengths perhaps at the line. It could be 6 to 8 lengths back to the third, Ocean Manifest, who is qualified for handicaps after this run today. But for me, whatever Ocean Manifest is, he probably wants good ground, and maybe in 7 furlongs. It's he's not a Dara Stair. Maybe on good ground he'd see it out better. He just perhaps hasn't got on from that debut run at Fairyhouse. Contrasting ground today for him. There's a little bit more life to him though today than his second run, more like his debut run here. And time may tell that he's run into a good winner in the 4-year-old Uncanny. Very well bred, late starter in her career. Be interested to see should Connections elect to roll the dice again this season for Black Type. An ability to handle test and ground would be really to her benefit. And she's got a window of 3 weeks of the turf in Ireland at least. You got plenty of Black Type racing in France and Germany into November as well. And it will be an interesting move should they
the 6 extra place contest, and it looks like King's Lynn's going into stall 4 next. Just the final few left to load. We're going to go to Chepstow off the back of that. They're 2:45 coming up in around 4 minutes time, but we're racing over the 6 first at York. Final 1 or 2 moving forwards. Let's go back and take the call. Room Service goes in next.
Moving in. Last one coming in, Room Service. Stand ready. They're off. The Coral Sprint Trophy, 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres ahead of them. Out on the right, King's Lynn in the noseband yellow jacket. Got a good start with Strike Red in the red and blue up with the leaders on the right. And so too, Malk chasing them over there with Secret Guest. They are beginning to cluster centre to far side, the right-hand side of the track as they go through the first quarter mile. Sergeant Wilco now in the blue and white moving through with Hyper Focus handy. Strike Red and King's Lynn are just in behind the leaders with Secret Guest up the running rail. Wallbank racing down the centre of the track is close up as well. Ali's Dancer in the red and white up with the leaders. Archduke Ferdinand is not too far off the pace. They're already beyond halfway. Sergeant Wilco with Archduke Ferdinand the grey on the left. Hyper Focus out on the right moving through to hold every chance. Germanic. Strike Red in the noseband is coming through. Wallbank's in behind. Horses Eye of Dubai is running on. Then Quest for Fun and the Bell Conductor. They're deep inside the last furlong, and it's Strike Red who struck the front to try and win the race again. Strike Red 2 lengths clear of Archduke Ferdinand. Eye of Dubai is running on late. Strike Red driven all out. Room Service flying late in the piece, but it's Strike Red again in the Coral Sprint Trophy. Beats Room Service, Eye of Dubai. Close for fourth between Sergeant Wilco and Archduke Ferdinand, then Hyper Focus and King's Lynn. Northern Spirit, they go right back to the likes of Wallbank, Orazio, the Green Man, and Secret Guest.
Yeah, it's Strike Red. Wins the 240 at York, beats the Staying On Room Service. It's tight for the final placed positions, but it's your selection, John. Strike Red.
Yeah, and it always. I mean, it was just a case. He dropped in behind the leaders. They all converged over to the one side of the track and just thought there could be traffic problems here, but it did get a little bit tight. But he was going so well, he was able to just nose his way in. And once he's edged to the front, you knew you were going to go very close. But he's quickened away from a very competitive field pretty well there. It was only a matter of whether he was going to be idling late on and maybe it was his to lose at that stage. He was going to have to chuck it away, but he didn't. He stuck it out really well, and he goes so well here and loves a bit of dig in the ground.
It's worth watching that race back and just having your eyes on Room Service, because Tom Eves was pretty much pushing away after the furlong marker and has stayed on really well late in the day.
Yeah, he has, and I think Eye of Dubai's run an absolutely fantastic race from box 22. I never liked box 22 of 22 at York, whatever the conditions, to be honest, ever. And given what's been happening there at the recent meetings, it's even worse. I think the horse is running on. I think he's run an absolute blinder.
Full places confirmed. Strike Red winner 6-1 from Room Service at 11-2. It was Eye of Dubai in third at 17-2. Archduke Ferdinand was fourth at 22-1, and Sergeant Wilco was fifth at 12s. As we go back to Chepstow for their 245, just shy of 2.5 miles here for a novice chase. And Cuthbert Dibble is the 11-8 favourite from Springwell Bay at 5-2, 9-2 Insurrection, 6-1 for Boom Bourne, and Mombasa is 16-1. Craig.
Yeah, I really like Cuthbert Dibble. The only thing that puts me off is the price. I thought 2-1 was skinny last night, but now 13-8. Progressed nicely over hurdles last year. Won at Chepstow. He's got track form. Ended up being third in the Per Temps final. He's every inch a chasing type as well. I think he can be even better over fences. And given he's run to a mark of 140 over the smaller obstacles, there's every chance he can take top rank amongst the novice chase division this year. So he's an exciting recruit to fences. Looking forward to seeing his debut today. It is a warm race. Springwell Bay, produced his best on his seasonal reappearance last year when taking a competitive handicap apart at Cheltenham. He's a young horse that is getting better with each and every race. He's another chasing type that should stay further than this. Insurrection for Paul Nichols, tall, leggy type. Should do well over fences, but in terms of the level of form over hurdles, he's some way behind the majority of his rivals today. Boom Bourne, the horse with experience, was given far too much to do in the summer plate when last seen at Market Raising. He wouldn't be without a chance. Good race. This really looking forward to it. Hopefully, Cuthbert Dibble can make a winning chase debut.
Yeah, there's not many better teams in form than the Nigel Twiston Davis yard, working at a 32% winning strike rate. So Cuthbert Dibble, the even money favourite, we're looking to win today for the team. Springwell Bay is 100-13, 9-2 Insurrection, 13-2 Boom Bourne, and Mombasa is 16-1. We're going to go to Fairyhouse off the back of this. You Asking Me is 5-1 market leader there from Victory Star, also 5s, 11-2, and bigger the remainder there. Hopefully we can get some talk on that one in a few minutes' time, but they've jumped off at Chepstow.
Aggressively ridden early. For the Tomolo lead over the novices listed section, the only one who tries to go with him, very nearly 2.5 miles from 2.5 lengths off. Aggressively ridden early, goes into a clear lead over the first fence. Over an open Insurrection, the only one who tries to go with him, although he is sitting some 2.5 lengths off Cuthbert Dibble. The other three are further 4 lengths behind, over an open ditch, which is fence number 2. Cuthbert Dibble out in front, opens up now a 4-length advantage over Insurrection in second. Springwell Bay is in third. Boom Bourne in fourth. Mombasa is fifth. Over fence number 3, the first 3 fences, Cuthbert Dibble has made a great shape over them. Now slightly downhill towards fence number 4. Cuthbert Dibble comes to it this time. Just got in a little closer, but again, he was very athletic. He leads now by 2 lengths to Insurrection in second. About 2.5 lengths back to Springwell Bay in third. Mombasa and Boom Bourne. And that'll be the final fence in a circuit's time. So they've taken the first 5 fences, and now they set out on one more complete circuit. So they have 11 more jumping tests to take. Cuthbert Dibble and Sam Twiston Davis have the lead of a length and a half over Insurrection and Harry Cobden in second. John Joe Neal Jr. and Springwell Bay in third. Boombourne and Harry Skelton to the outside of the grey. Mombasa and David Maxwell as they go now into the stable turn. They've reached the bottom of the hill, and Cuthbert Dibble taking the turn with a lead now of just a length. Insurrection has closed up in second. Also closing up on the inside, Springwell Bay in third. Around the outside, Boombourne just fourth, and Mombasa last of the five. They climb now to the back straight. Cuthbert Dibble holding an advantage here now of about 2 lengths. Winner here at Chepstow over hurdles in January. Leads the way to Insurrection in second, and in third, Springwell Bay. The winning chaser in the field, Boombourne in fourth, and the grey Mombasa last of the five. The first of 6 fences taken down the back straight. This is a plain one, and it was Cuthbert Dibble who led the way. They all jumped that one well, and now they set their sights on the second of the 3 open ditches in the contest. Fence number 7, Cuthbert Dibble comes to it, measured it well. Insurrection over in second, Springwell Bay in third, Mombasa on the inside of Boombourne. The 8th is a plain fence, and going wrong there, Cuthbert Dibble. Cuthbert Dibble has gone wrong and has been pulled up, and therefore Insurrection has been left in front to Springwell Bay in second. And then Mombasa and the back marker Boombourne, and they've gone over the next fence down the back straight, and now they have 2 more fences to take in the back before they make the downhill sweep back towards home. It's Insurrection and Harry Cobden who lead them now on towards the next, and he measured that with a lead of about 2.5 lengths to Springwell Bay, who took it in second, and then Mombasa in third, and taken quite wide is Boombourne last of the 4. Now they've gone over the final fence down the back straight, now a long run before they encounter the first of the 5 on the run back towards home. And it's Insurrection now by 2 lengths. Mombasa races keenly into second. Towards the inside rail, Springwell Bay is in third, and Boombourne been taken quite wide throughout by Harry Skelton, and now they're beginning to make this turn back towards the home straight, and it means now they've got just about 5 furlongs to go in the Tom Malone Bloodstock Novices Chase, and it is still Insurrection who leads the way, the other 3 in a line across the track. Springwell Bay on the inside, Mombasa.
They've jumped off of Fairyhouse.
Side is Boombourne. So now entering the final half mile through their starting point, and on now towards the first of the 5 in the home straight, the second of them being an open ditch. Insurrection at the 5th last, led there by 1.5 lengths. Mombasa sent in chase now by David Maxwell in second. Springwell Bay is in third, and Boombourne is in fourth. The final ditch for Insurrection leads now by about 1.5 lengths. The other 3 lining up to chase on the inside. Springwell Bay down the outside, Boombourne, and now dropping back to 4th is Mombasa, down now towards a 3rd from home. Insurrection's lead is 1.5 lengths, and he stood a long way off that. He jumped it really well to Springwell Bay in second, delivering a challenge. Boombourne in third, and Mombasa is 4th. 2 out. Insurrection dives at it, made a mistake, now hands the advantage to Springwell Bay towards the near side as they race now down towards the final fence. Insurrection rallying on the inside, and he jumped that one well, but then slightly knuckled on landing. Springwell Bay was away quicker. Boombourne staying on down the outside. Inside the final half furlong, Springwell Bay has the lead of Insurrection and Boombourne, and racing up towards the line, Springwell Bay wins. It was very close for second between on the far side Insurrection, on the near side Boombourne, and home in 4th was Mombasa.
Yeah, Springwell Bay has won. It was tight for second between Boombourne and Insurrection. We're going to take the closing stages at Fairyhouse now.
Eve of 3, with She's a Breeze in the centre, flanked by Goody Girl, who's made nice headway on the inside now, moving into 4th. Up on the outer is Oogum Boogum, and wider still Victory Star. Then You Asking Me, Breaking the Clouds, Bella Be Good. Classman, Fairy Tale New York, Sayrian, and finally Ardfert Mary. Here's flight number 5, Kilbride Hill over. Slight mistake that time from She's a Breeze, who I think has gone wrong and looks like being pulled up here. She's a Breeze being taken out of the race by Sean Flanagan. So we're down to 13 runners as Kilbride Hill makes a terrible mistake and is down at the 6th flight. Kilbride Hill out of it there, and hampered a couple of those coming on behind. You Asking Me was one of those. Sayrian and Ardfert Mary didn't look as though they were done any favours either. So a depleted field make the turn at the top of the track. Kilbride Hill's rider Jack Gilligan is up okay. The new leader here is Mr. McFisto, with Ari Khan up on the outside almost on terms. They're tracked in third by Goody Girl and then Oogum Boogum. A couple of lengths to Bella Be Good, who's on the inside of Victory Star. And then You Asking Me, followed on the approach to number 7 by Classman. And then on the inside, Break in the Clouds as they go over that one. Better jump from the leading duo came from Ari Khan, who just about shades it now, to Mr. McFisto on the inside. Racing in third, Goody Girl, just in advance of Oogum Boogum. And then Victory Star is moved into fifth on the inside of an improving You Asking Me. Bella Be Good is dropping quickly out of contention on the approach to this next flight, might not be going any further. Ari Khan and Mr. McFisto, nothing in at over 4 from home. Goody Girl continuing to track them in third, then Oogum Boogum. In behind these, Classman with Victory Star. And just in behind these, You Asking Me, as the leading group bunches up on the approach to the final half mile. They've 4 left to jump here. Mr. McFisto on the inside of Ari Wide Khan out on they the go track. over this one again. And they're followed on the approach
there.
Goody Girl in behind, just fighting for position. Oogum Boogum on the inside of You Asking Me. Ardfert Mary has made good headway from the back of the field, wide out on the track, and they're followed on the approach to the turn in by Fairy Tale New York. Victory Star got a bit of work to do. Then Say Rianne, who's also creeping into it on the outside. Top of the home run with 2 flights left to take. And it is Mr. McFisto who leads them in. Goody Girl goes for the run up the inside. Then You Asking Me and Ardfert Mary over 2 out. Mr. McFisto joined by Goody Girl. Back in third is You Asking Me. Then Ardfert Mary and Oogum Boogum. But on the run down to the final flight, it's Goody Girl, the top weight, who clears it with a lead of 2 to 3 lengths from Mr. McFisto in second. Back in third is You Asking Me. Then Oogum Boogum, Ardfert Mary and Say Rianne. They're inside the final 150 yards. And it's Goody Girl who's out in front here. Another local winner, and it's Paddy O'Brien at the double. This one for Dermot McLaughlin. Goody Girl produced in good shape to win here after a layoff from You Asking Me. Home in third was Mr. McFisto, and in fourth, Say Rianne.
Yeah, Goody Girl has won the 250 at Fairy House. Then all the SPs to follow shortly. We're going to go to Newmarket for the Dewhurst very shortly. Just before we do, Craig, if I could get your reflections on the 245 at Chepstow there.
Sad race. Cuthbert Dibble going wrong was horrible to see. You know, don't want to see any horse doing that. Springwell Bay, I thought, was given a fantastic ride by John Joe Jr. He waited. He didn't want to put the horse in front until the last moment. He's won cozy in the end. You know, I just hope he can kick on this year, because he looked a real nice prospect when he won at Cheltenham, but didn't really go on from there, to be honest. Where this year now at 7, this is his chance to have a really good season over fences. He jumped really well, and he's won with a fair bet in hand against 2 real decent horses. But the race marred by Cuthbert Dibble breaking down, and condolences to all at the Twiston Davis team.
Springwell Bay was the winner at 130 from Insurrection second at 9 to 2. We are going to go to Newmarket now for their 3 o'clock. It's the Dewhurst, the Group 1 contest of the day at Newmarket for the 2-year-olds, and Shadow of Light is the even money favourite from 15 to 8 Ancient True. So the top 2 in the market are both from Godolphin. Seagulls 11, 17 to 2. Expanded is 9 to 1. Rock of Cashel is 40 to 1. And the big non-runner, of course, is the Lion in Winter, who would have been a favourite for this, but is out of the contest, and that leaves Shadow of Light at the top of the market, John.
Yeah, very impressive here. 28th of September, beating Whistle Jacket. That was over 6 furlongs, and done all his racing at 6 furlongs to date. You watch it visually, there doesn't appear any reason why they should fear the step up here to 7 furlongs. And I mean, all honesty, percentage-wise, it'll take about 95% chance the horse will be absolutely fine. But it's still got a box that's not ticked as such. Drawn in stall 1, probably going to try and get a bit of cover. In the last race there, William was stuck on the outside on his horse Silver Peak, and if they do the similar thing and come to the stand side again, well, who knows where they're going to race here, but if they did, it potentially could be a little bit stuck on the outside from that stall position, which would be a slight bit of concern, but it has to be feared, and it probably the right favourite. Then you've got Ancient Truth, there's the stablemate, who's already proven at the Trip. Has won twice on the July course, but the answer that needs to be given there is whether the horse is going to be as good on ground conditions as they are. I mean, yesterday's times weren't too bad, And they aren't that bad today, but it just looks as though they're taking a lot of the surface.
Much to be discussed then. We've got to go to Hexham because their 305 is less than a minute away. Craig, Rocola Vogue is 11 to 10 here, has been strong in the market.
Yeah, going to take a bit of beating this mare. Stayed on really well from a poor position when last seen at Worcester. The stiff track will really play to her strengths today, the uphill finish. I think she'll take a fair bit of beating. Wasn't all that keen on Brave Jen's form from Plumpton. Dame of Cotswold ran okay yesterday, but wouldn't be getting too carried away with that form. You've got Mary Stanford, who was put in favourite here after winning a point, but the horse she beat that day, and it was easy, beat her by 11 lengths down, is only rated
is Mary Stanford in the black and pink Diablo. Also taking a prominent position is Jenny McFly to the inside, and also racing prominently at flight number 1, Sky Luna. A little bit deeper out on the track, Give Up Your Old Sins has also got a good sit. Just looking towards the rear of the field, Call Me Emma is one of those towards the back of the pack. Glen Affric is well back in the field as well as they negotiate flight number 2. All over that okay. Brave Jen's move forward to the inside for a share of it with Mary Stanford. 3 deep of those races, Sky Luna, and 4 deep with the yellow cap is Give Up Your Old Sins. That little group followed by Jenny McFly and Rocola Vogue, who's centre pack. My Lady Electra a little bit deep of those. Glen Affric still towards the back of the field. Call Me Emma continues to race towards the back of the field as well. So too does Sia Stride. So heading opposite the grandstands down the far side of the track, going off towards flight number 3. And it's Mary Stanford and Derek Fox in front by about 3 parts of a length to Sky Luna, who races in second place for Charlotte Jones. And then Give Up Your Old Sins and Jamie Hamilton a little bit deeper, just backed off that one a little bit, Give Up Your Old Sins, and was out-jumped by Brave Jen towards the inside rail. So now they're beginning to swing left-handed and take the rise, coming back towards us for the first time. 1 flight before the winning post, and then they'll head off on their final circuit. And it's Mary Stanford who continues to set an even gallop in front by about 3 parts of a length. Sky Luna continues to race prominently behind the pace in second position, and then on the inside rail, Brave Jen in the white cheek pieces, black cap. A little bit deeper out, yellow cap, nose banded is Give Up Your Old Sins, and they're followed through deeper out by the pink with the large spots of My Lady Electra, horse in a noseband. As they reach the flight, which will be the last in the circuit's time, flight 4 on this circuit, all negotiating that one fine. So up towards the winning post they come with a circuit to travel, and no change on the front end. Mary Stanford to the far side, Sky Luna the near side, and then Brave Jen right down the inside rail. Give Up Your Old Sins is next. They're followed deeper out on the track by My Lady Electra, who's racing towards the outside of Sia Stride, who just crept forward a little bit. Rocola Vogue still centre pack, black jacket, white sleeves. Then the black and yellow striped jacket of Jenny McFly to the inside. Call Me Emma out wide in maroon and white. And the grey horse Glen Affric at the back of the 10-runner field as they reach flight number 5. All stepping out over that okay, but Call Me Emma was very slow towards the back of the field. Still Mary Stanford then pressing on towards flight number 6. Mary Stanford in front by about a length, making ground My Lady Electra towards the outside. Still well placed towards the inner is Brave Jen. Just a bit of a squeeze for Sky Luna between horses. Give Up Your Old Sins is still with the leading group, and then Sia Stride in a blue jacket with a silver hoop. Rocola Vogue is racing towards the inside of that one, and they're followed by Jenny McFly. Hard work for Call Me Emma towards the back, and even harder work for Glen Affric, who's tailing off at the rear of the field. So they're passing their point of departure and heading off into the back stretch once again. There are 3 flights down there, 1 in the home straight, so they've got 4 left to negotiate in total. And Mary Stamford continues to press on in front here as they go down towards flight number 7. Mary Stamford in the pink and black Diablo at the 7th. Towards the inside, jumped it well, got away by 3 parts of a length to My Lady Electra in the pink with the blue spots out wide. And then on the inside, still travelling sweetly, is Brave Jen, followed by Sky Luna, Rocola Vogue with the white sleeves trying to get closer. See a stride out wide of that one. Give Up Your Old Sins has dropped off them as they continue their journey down the far side of the track. And 6 horses are starting to go clear as they go opposite the grandstands. It's still Mary Stamford in front by a length to My Lady Electra, and then Brave Jen to the inside. Sky Luna is next from Sia Stride, and then Rocola Vogue, who's trying to close in. They're kicking away from everything else as they continue into the dip on the far side of the track and take the rising ground towards the second last flight of hurdles. Mary Stamford then trying to see them off from the front. In front, but only by a length. My Lady Electra out wide, and Brave Jen to the inside. Then Rocola Vogue, who's still travelling okay.
Off at Nace.
Towards that one's outside is Sia Stride. Sky Luna's dropping off them as they continue their journey, swinging left-handed to come up the hill. Mary Stamford in front by a half length then as they take the turn. Rocola Vogue to the inside continues to make ground. Brave Jen a little bit deeper out on the track is next in the field. Sia Strides back in fourth, and they're starting to drop My Lady Electra on the turn towards the home straight. Just a 1 flight of hurdles to go in the True Northern Hospitality with Falcons Events Mare's maiden hurdle, and it's still Mary Stamford in front, but attacked now by Rocola Vogue, who's moving sweetly towards the near side and now takes it on. Rocola Vogue at the last. Oh, getting a little bit skew whiff. Gives Mary Stamford another chance towards the far side. Rocola Vogue gathered together with the rail to help Mary Stamford out deep. Rocola Vogue finding a little bit more on the run towards the line for Keelan Woods. And Rocola Vogue will go on to land.
Rocola Vogue has won. This is the closing stages at Nace.
Austin Court, who strikes the front from Smoke Them Out. These two followed in by Snapdragon. The Parthenon do return over the far side, Manhattan Shoot, but it's Lost on Core who has it. Lost on Core by 3 parts of a length from Smoke Them Out. Many involved for their places as Lost on Core continues, and All O'Brien, family affair here at Nace today, wins the bird catcher with Lost on Core as chosen.
Yeah, busy few moments there with the 3:10 at Nace jumping off as well. Lost Encore one there from Smoke Them Out, and it was tight in behind for the final place or two. Meanwhile at Hexham, Rocola Vogue was the winner from Mary Stamford. And Craig, quick reflection on that one.
Yeah, Nelly threw it away at the last spot, managed to be picked up again and went on to win well. Got tapped for a little bit of speed down the bottom before the climb for home started, and you could see, you know, she is a mare that 2.5 miles on a stiff track is going to play to her strength. I thought the second ran very well, and there was a long way clear of the remainder.
That was the result from Hexham. Apologies, John, I couldn't get to you ahead of the 3:10 at Nace. I can get to you ahead of the 3:15 at York, though, and Valiant Knights 3-1 favourite here for a 1 mile nursery handicap from Sir William at 7-2, fours and bigger.
Yeah, far more interesting race than the Nace race anyway. So, yeah, I quite like Sir William here. The front two are both making their first appearance in handicap company. Valiant Knight's form's okay, but I don't think it's got the progression that Sir William's got, particularly that soft ground performance last time at Haydock, where we moved through the race really well, went to the front, and the front two have drawn really nicely. Only had his pocket picked really late on by Paul Mulrennan on One Eye Jack, who crept up the stand side. I think he's a horse that's going the right way, given the conditions as they are. It's very soft there. I think he'll handle this, and he's one that, at the moment, probably a mile's far enough, but should get further next year. But for today, Sir William would be the one for me. The other horse I quite liked. And I'm probably a bit late to the party, switching to the Carl Burke camp, is Our Mighty Mo. Another one that will love the ground, a prominent racer. Got to step up in trip here to a mile. That's the bit of a question mark, but with wind helping and prominent racers being suited. When you watched him last time at Haydock, it wasn't stopping in any way, but Sir William's definitely more of the stayer and more guaranteed to get it. There is some evidence on Our Mighty Mo's dam side that she should be fine. Well, he should be fine. Sorry, but they're the two that I like in the race. So Williams pretty well found as a strong second favourite here. Mighty Mo, I couldn't really say it was an each way play because I can't say he's a certainty to get the trip, to be honest. But he's one that I'd probably save on. It'd probably be the best way I'd play it. I'd back Sir William and I'd have a smaller bet to win small on Mighty Mo.
The one the market's strong on is Fearless Freddy. Can you see the angle?
Yeah, you wouldn't see the Muir and Grassy team up here too often. Coming with strong form off the all-weather at Kempton last time, had won it back in the midsummer at Leicester. Conditions, probably a slight question mark, but out of a motivator mare would give you a little bit of a hope that the ground would be fine. I didn't think that form in that finish at Kempton was that strong with Chesney's Charm, who did follow up admittedly at Newcastle last time. I did think that form was a little bit behind some of the potential, should I say, of the likes of Sir William.
Looks like the last one's moving forwards here at York for the 3:15, so let's go and take the call.
They're all in. Clear from the front. They're off with a mile ahead of them. Blue and Tangerine. In the Blue and Tangerine just half lingered, leaving the stalls, drops in towards the rear of the field. And among those to show up early, the nose-banded Chemical with Suzette out wide, the red cap, and Fearless Freddy in a red and black spotted jacket. Handy, so too our Mighty Mo in the light blue and orange. Valiant Knight in a grey jacket is pulling hard in midfield. He's sandwiched in between C. Galazzo, the grey, who got a bit of a nudge there and is caught wide. And down on the inner, Paps Turf in the green and yellow. Further back to Sir William in a green and white jacket, who's held up alongside Chesney's Charm and Blue and Tangerine as the back marker. They've completed the first 3 furlongs, and the leading pair to the top of the straight, Chemical and Suzette with a red cap. So on towards halfway. Chemical narrowly over Suzette, Fearless Freddy up the rail, and they're sticking against the rail at the moment. The grey C. Galazzo beginning to inch a little bit closer alongside our Mighty Mo. Then Paps Turf in the green and yellow to Valiant Knight, Chesney's Charm, Sir William, green and white still in rear, Blue and Tangerine on the extreme left, and the noseband being asked to close. Inside the last 3 furlongs, Chemical and Suzette being pressured by C. Galazzo, our Mighty Mo. Away to the left, Valiant Knight in a grey jacket is beginning to pick up. Fearless Freddy in the red and black spots, nowhere to go. Sir William, green and white, looking for a way through. Paps Turf was hampered. On down towards the last furlong they come. C. Galazzo, grey head, narrowly in front of our Mighty Mo. Then Suzette and Chemical. Sir William late on the scene, beginning to charge home. Time is running out. Our Mighty Mo. Fearless Freddy finally finds daylight, powers through late, and Fearless Freddy pounces to get through and win. From C. Galazzo, our Mighty Mo, Chesney's Charm and Sir William in a dramatic finish.
Yeah, it was a dramatic finish, the 3:15 at York, and it goes the way of Fearless Freddy, who's got there to beat C. Galazzo and our Mighty Mo. There was strong support in the market, John, and it took a while, but did eventually win.
Yeah, the market was bang on there. Horse that was ridden possibly slightly differently there for today's conditions, but was very strong. Showed a terrific attitude at the finish, going away as well at the line. And fair play to Muir and Grassy. They've progressed this colt along really nicely, and looks one that's going to go on beyond a mile next year, and a mile and a quarter, maybe even plus. But they've got a nice horse on the hands, and question mark now is do they try and go again? Is there anything they can go again in? I'm not sure whether there's much left for that horse at this time of the year, but looks a nice horse for next year.
Yeah, Fearless Freddy, your winner in the hands of Lewis Edmonds. Then just a couple of results to recap. The Dewhurst went the way of Shadow of Light, an even money favourite from Expanded at 12s. Hexham's 305, Ricola Vogue 11-10 favourite wins from Mary Stanford, 5s in second, and Brave Jen, the 132nd favourite, was third. Nacy's 310, full 4 is number 4, I should say. Last Encore, the winner at 11-4. Smoke Them Out, second at 9s. Manhattan Shoot is 13-2 in third, and Snapdragon was fourth at 14-1. Fearless Freddy is just one of 4s from C. Galazzo at 14s, and our Mighty Mo third at 7s in the 3:15. And the 3:20 at Chepstow is less than 2 minutes away. It's the feature contest over 2.5 miles, and Doyen Quest is 9-2 favourite from Larry's Bar at 7s. Into the Park 7s, Tune in a Box 7s, 15-2, and bigger the rest. And Craig, you're pretty strong here on Into the Park.
Yeah, hopefully he can run well. I think, a big field handicap, a strong pace will bring out the best in him. He done nicely last year as a novice, won at Newbury, Taunton. 2.5 miles will be a bare minimum for him this year, but I think returning on a mark of 125, he still looks well handicapped. And for me, you know, I wouldn't be guaranteed he'll have the full season over hurdles. You know, he's a big lad. He's got a chasing pedigree. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, they try and bag this prize before embarking on a novice chase campaign. But he's only 5, time on his side. He's certainly a horse that, you know, for me has a big future, and hopefully he can build on the promise that we've seen from him last year as a novice.
Do you think Doyen Quest is the right favourite at 9-2 though, looking to make it 3 in a row, albeit off a break?
I like the horse. Yeah, he was good to me last year, winning at Cheltenham in the spring. But this is a different test. This is a better race, despite obviously still being in Class 2. I think he needs to probably improve again to win a race like this.
And anything else worth mentioning?
Yeah, there's, you know, Philip Hobbs has got Lowry's Bar. You know, he's another future chasing type tune in the box. You know, 85 up to 123. That was the level of his progression. Titan Discovery. You know, the Ascot form from last year when he beat Tunai Warrior is strong, as was his Kempton run behind Boomborn. So there's 2 pieces of evidence to suggest he would be good enough. So yeah, it's a really interesting race. It's a race, when you look back at previous years as well, Sam, that has worked out particularly well, throwing up many winners, including Cheltenham Festival winners.
Flag's been raised. They're coming towards the starter now for the Silver Trophy Handicap Hurdle, and it looks like they're ready to get racing.
And the starter is not going to let them go here. They're going a bit too quickly.
Almost too eager to get racing there at Chepstow. The 325 of Fairyhouse not far away either. Star Harbour is 7-2 joint favourite there from Sleeve Barner at 7-2 also. 13-2 and bigger the remainder over for the 325. Hopefully we can get a bit of time to chat about that. If you have got a selection there, Craig, in one word, what is it? Looks like Craig might have just taken a short break there as they were attempting to jump off at Chepstow. The tape's just been drawn across, so we're not going to be far away from getting going here. Doyen Quest has moved into 4-1 favouritism from Lowry's Bar at 13-2. The selection from Craig is Into the Park at 13-2 as well. 7-1 Active Authority, 17-2 and bigger the remainder. Let's try again at Chepstow.
This is the £75,000 Wasdall Group Silver Trophy Handicap Hurdle. Plenty of early pace on here to the outside. Lucky Zebo. Lowry's Bar also prominent. Made a mistake at the first on the inside. American Sniper probably just touched down in front at flight number 1. At the other end of the field, Irish Hill is being nudged along to go the early gallop. Patriotic is being held up towards the rear of the field as they race on towards flight number 2. To the near side, Josh the Boss has come through now to take the lead over Lucky Zebo, and over on the far side was Into the Park with American Sniper. Also going forward is Tuna in a Box, the grey, who races alongside Tritonic, another one who is in the vanguard, and then Lowry's Bar, who's just been taken back off that pace battle with Titan Discovery for company, and on that one's inside is Forever William. They're racing alongside Krabilly, and right on the inside Active Authority, and already they've reached flight number 3 and they're all safely over Irish Hill, detached at the back of the field and not travelling and getting reminder. So they have a circuit to go in the Silver Trophy, and the leader is Josh the Boss. Leads by about 2 lengths down to Into the Park, who races in 2nd. Tritonic is in 3rd. Tune in a Park is in 4th. American Sniper on the inside in 5th, with Lucky Zebo around the outside. Forever William and then Krabilly next to their field, with against the inside rail Active Authority as they spin the turn. After that one towards the outside is Lowry's Bar. At the moment, Doyen Quest is racing in the last 4 or so as they begin to make the climb up towards the back straight. And it remains Josh the Boss and Jamie Neild out in front now by 2.5 lengths to Into the Park, who races in 2nd. Tritonic is in 3rd, and Tune in a Box is racing in 4th position. They're then being followed by Forever William, who is in 5th. American Sniper in 6th. The outside Lucky Zebo in 7th. Krabilly made the turn into the back straight in 8th. Lowry's Bar is next, followed by Titan Discovery. After Titan Discovery, and just shuffle back a little, Active Authority is towards the inside racing with Take No Chances. Out quite wide, Doyen Quest, and also wide is Titan Our Belts as they go over that first flight, taken down the back straight. Patriotic still ridden quietly. Just ahead of that one now is Affadil, and still at the back of the field is Irish Hill. They go over the second one, taken down the back, and now the field begin to string out. We throw on the inside Into the Park, moving up on the inner now of Josh the Boss as they cross over the next flight. flight. Over that in third was Tritonic with Tune in a Box, the grey towards his inside. Lucky Zebo is racing in fifth, and out wide Lowry's Bar, followed by Doyen Quest, who is creeping closer on the outside of Titan Discovery as they go over the final flight taken down the back straight. Flat to the boards over that is Krabilly. Another one who's also been driven along is Active Authority, who has steadily lost his place going down the back straight. American Sniper, another one who is being ridden along. So now they make the descent towards the far turn, and on the outside Josh the Boss by only a head to Into the Park racing in second. The hoops of Tritonic just showing in third. Tune in a Box on the inside of Titan Discovery. They're then being followed out just a little bit wider by Doyen Quest. He's on the heels of Lucky Zebo, who's going to be 4 wide going around the turn. Forever William, and then Lowry's Bar. After Lowry's Bar is Take No Chances, Affodil, and then on the outside is Patriotic, who is making ground. American Sniper followed next by Active Authority, then Krabilly, followed by Titan R Belt, and now they're making the turn inside the final 5 furlongs. Still totally tailed off is Irish Hill, who's never got competitive, and they're now beginning to make the turn in with just over a half mile to go in the Silver Trophy, and it is Josh the Boss who leads the parade. Towards that one's outside is Lucky Zebo and Tritonic. Followed next on the inner by Into the Park, the noseband Titan Discovery as they go over the third from home. The green sleeves of Doyen Quest is still travelling well. Pulled up at the back of the field is Irish Hill, and they've just got 2 more flights of hurdles to take, and Josh the Boss has still got the lead over Titan Discovery, and now Doyen Quest, who looms into second. Take No Chances is staying on. Lowry's Bar also is beginning to rally. They've gone over the second from home, and it is Josh the Boss with a quarter mile to go. He leads by just over 2 lengths to Doyen Quest, who is in second. Take No Chances in third. Lowry's Bar staying on in fourth. Titan Discovery is in fifth, and Patriotic is in sixth. Down towards the final flight, Josh the Boss and Jamie Neild are at the final flight. They're over clear by 4 lengths to Doyen Quest in second. Take No Chances in third. A half a furlong to go. Josh the Boss out in front by 4 lengths and driven out towards the line by Jamie Neild. It is Josh the Boss who has won the Silver Trophy. Doyen Quest in second. Back in third was Take No Chances, followed by Lowry's Bar and Patriotic.
Yeah, Josh the Boss has won the feature over at Chepstow. They've jumped off at Fairyhouse.
Duo are the long absent Sunny May and then Peckham Springs as they go over flight number 3. The first one taking them up the side of the track. Sleeve Barnett is then, and Josh Halford to showing second now up on the outside, Inchiquin Star as they go over the 4th. Inchiquin Star just hit that one. Leitzel has been relegated to last position, but it remains a tightly knit field as they continue their climb to the top of the hill, and now taking a right-hand turn that will bring them on to the back straight, nearing the end of a mile, and it is Sleeve Barna Hill who still shows the way here. To in second place, Inchiquin Star. Tankerstown Diva is now just about third on the outside of Mary's Pride, who continues to run on the inner. After these is Rodney Bay, with Son of Hypnos up on the outside of Dam Rapide as they set their sights on flight number 5. Good jump from the leader there, just had to reach for it a touch. Steve Barnett is then to an improving Tankerstown Diva, with up on the outside Inchiquin Star. On the move around the field is Son of Hypnos, who's now coming right into it as Mary's Pride just hits a flat spot there and drops back a few positions. Peckham Springs is another one who's made headway round the outside, and then Dam Rapide and Rodney Bay as they take that next flight of hurdles, 4 from home. The back marker is now Pallavi. Up top it's still Sleeve Barna, to on the inside Tankerstown Diva. These are closely attended by Inchiquin Star. And then wider on the track, Son of Hypnos. Widest of all is Peckham Springs as they come on now to this next flight, 3 from home. A mistake there from Star Harbour, who's in midfield at this stage. Reminders back in the field for the likes of Rodney Bay, and Peckham Springs is now beating a retreat. Sleeve Barna will lead them into the turn. From on the inside, Dam Rapide. Now coming under pressure, Son of Hypnos. Tankerstown Diva is struggling to keep tabs on them. Star Harbour is now making headway into 5th on the inside of Inchiquin Star, and then Leitzel round the outside. Coming into the home straight, 2 to jump, and it is Dam Rapide who's gone on now from the long-time leader, Slieve Barna. Dam Rapide from Slieve Barna, mistake from the weakening son of Hypnos. In third now is Star Harbour, and then Lietzel and Wajaha down to the final flight. Dam Rapide from Slieve Barna over the last. Dam Rapide, Slieve Barna, Wajaha is finishing well over on the far side, and it's now Dam Rapide from Wajaha as they race up the run-in inside the final half furlong. Dam Rapide, Wajaha is trying hard in second. Dam Rapide by a length and a half from Wajaha, and it's going to be Dam Rapide who will score here for Daniel King from Wajaha, clear of Slieve Barna, and they were followed in by Sonny May.
Dam Rapide, your winner there from Wajaha and Slieve Barna. Those are the first 3 home in the 3:25, Craig.
Yeah, good performance. Yeah, you know, I'm glad we didn't get time to talk about it because I didn't know where to start with the race. Obviously, Star Harbour was the one that could have been well treated, but Dam Rapide showed a good attitude, kicked for home a long way out, and she's been able to sustain that run, seeing off the fast finishing Wajaha, who came from a long way back.
The silver trophy was won by Josh the Boss, and it was an impressive display at 11 to 1.
Yeah, you know, a welcome win for the Twiston Davis team after what happened earlier on the card. A real good front-running display, you know, was up there. I don't know what they was doing, trying to be so aggressive with the tactics with into the park. He tried to go with Josh the Boss. You know, he's been well beat in the end where the winners kept going. And, yeah, there was a few travelled well and behind, including the favourite who ran well, Doyen Quest, but that was a real good front-running performance from Josh the Boss, and he showed good form around this time last year in novice hurdles, and he's returned on a mark of 124 with Jamie Neal's claim, and he's taken what looked a competitive handicap apart, really.
Josh the Boss, the winner at 11 to 1 in the 3:20 at Chepstow, beat Doyen Quest second 4s. Take No Chances 33 to 1 third. Lowry's Bar was 4th at 13 to 2, and Patriotic was 5th at 14 to 1. We were paying the 5 places. Meanwhile, at Fairyhouse, Dam Rapide was your 13 to 2 winner from Wajaha at 14 to 1 in second, and Slieve Barna was at third at 5 to 1. We've got around 9 minutes before the Sazowicz over at Newmarket, the 3:40 over 2.25 miles. Just before we go there, though, John, a quick reflection on the Dewhurst. I've just did a bit of research of horses that have won the Middle Park and the Dewhurst. I found Diocese in 1982 and US Navy Flag in 2017. Now, neither of those went on to win the Guineas, but listening to Charlie Appleby, that could be the option for Shadow of Light.
Well, they've almost got to have a go now, because it's a free hit. Because, like Ken alluded to, they were talking about it being a Commonwealth Cup horse, and since that's come into being, he won't be the first horse to have a crack at the Guineas and just automatically take a step back at the Commonwealth Cup at Ascot the month later. So it's a free pass.
Yeah,
you've got to go. They've got to go for it, really, haven't they? Because they've got to. What else do they do?
Yeah, yeah. It's not been a bad.
I mean, it's that simple that time of the year. I mean, the Guineas comes very early in the season, so you can have a go at it, and you've got plenty of time to recover. And I don't think you lose too much by if you get beaten. Other than losing the race on the day, I don't think you've lost too much, really.
No, he's a sort of horse on today's basis that, like you said, you wouldn't be surprised if he does drop back to 6 because he's blessed with that much pace.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but he looks quite versatile to dig that out on today's conditions. The way the race developed, I think it was a monumental effort from 1.5 down to get to the line and win that, and he's strong at the line as well.
Yeah.
So, given another 6 months on his back, hopefully better conditions than that for next year's Classic. Hopefully, I would hope they're not racing on ground like that. I think I'd be reasonably optimistic that he'd get a mile.
Just comparing him to the filly that won the Fillies Mile yesterday, does she look more of an out-and-out stare, possibly the Oaks the target for her, as opposed to speed?
Well, yeah, but I think you're comparing apples and oranges, really, when you're comparing a filly like that and a colt like this one today. I don't think it's a conversation that anybody would really have.
Well, Well, it's certainly a bounce back to form for Godolphin, though. Nice to see them back in the winners' enclosure at the big meetings. We'll turn our attention to the Sazavich, because, of course, it's arguably the feature of the day, the 340. We've got 24 runners here, and Jagovac Cavern is 5-1 favourite from the Darby at 11-2. Sea of Sands is 7-1. Manxman is 7s also. Premier Lean is 8s. Dawn Rising 9s. Queenstown 10s. 12 Spirit Mixer. The Shunter is 14s. Run for Oscar 18s. Samui 20s. 20s Trooper Bisdee. 25s and Bigger the remainder. If we could have a look at a few of these, John, because there's plenty to go at. We'll start with the one at the top of the market, shall we? Jagovac Cavern 5-1.
Yeah, horse that looked really nice when he was with the Shannon team, and I could see why after his soft ground win at the back end of his 3-year-old career, he was purchased to go jumping. That hasn't worked out. He didn't really, I wouldn't say really took to it that well, and certainly wasn't worth the expensive purchase that they probably thought they were going to be getting a very decent juvenile hurdler. That didn't work out. But it was a very, very good run at Galway. And he definitely comes into this, particularly when you look to the name of the trainer, Emmett Mullins, who's a real target trainer. You'd have to say that he's definitely got to come under consideration, and he is, because he's favourite. And even as favourite, I wouldn't say he's that ridiculously tight. You wouldn't consider backing him.
Closest to him in the market then, well, two of them now, Sea of Sands and Nadawi at 6-1.
Okay, I was expecting you to throw Manxman in that group there.
7s.
Okay, yeah. So you've got the other two Irish horses ahead, Nadawi and Sea of Sands. Sea of Sands, difficult to evaluate, isn't it? So this race has become a bit of a, well, I would say, it's not a lottery as such, but it's very difficult. It's almost, is there any point in looking at form? Because the form doesn't mean anything. The French form he's been handicapped on. It's that dusty, you can hardly see it. And then all you've got is a Listowel hurdle race to judge on whether he's going to win the Sazarowich. But the chap's an absolute master. He knows what it takes to win one. He's put William Buick on. For the people who like backing Willie Mullins horses of this nature, that's enough, and he'll have his supporters on that basis. But how good he is, I don't know.
Could the move on the three I've mentioned already be because they're drawn higher down this near stand side?
It's a long way to the bend.
Yeah.
It's a two and a quarter mile race. I would have thought that the jockey should be able to manoeuvre a position from anywhere, really. I wouldn't worry too much about the draw in this race myself.
We'll come on to the one that you mentioned, Manxman, is currently 13-2.
Yeah, of the British trained horses, he's definitely the strongest. He's had a light campaign. He had a very progressive year last year. Now, you wonder why he had the break from the spring. Through to Ascot and then on to Southwell, where he won a strong racing league handicap over the trip. He's gone into this off not an insurmountable mark the way he's progressed, 87. And Sean Dillon Bowen is a very good booking to try and offset that little bit of rise. Danny Muscat rode him in the racing league. Sean Dillon's on claiming 3. Very, very useful. And of the British horses, he's definitely the strongest, perhaps along with Spirit Mixer, but his best form's at Chester, and this is nothing like Chester today.
That's Manxman, who is 13-2 in the market. As you can hear, Ken's joined us on the line ahead of the Sazavich. Ken, we've got 3 Irish train runners at the top of the market. Jagovac Cavern is the 5-1 market leader, though.
Yes, look fit from Emmett Mullins' yard, what we can see of him. He hasn't got much weight. He looks okay, yeah. I mean, he's a number of horses that just look well enough, but nothing outstanding, Sam.
Well, we're paying the 6 places rather than the 4 on the 340 then at Newmarket, and it's a case of, Ken, just tell us what you like.
I liked Run for Oscar, Trooper Bisley, Maximan, and Reverend Hubert. Those are the 4 I liked, but I could be way off. But those are the 4 I liked out in the paddock, Sam.
Is there any negatives here?
Yeah, I didn't like. There's one I didn't like the top one, which was Queenstown. He got warm. Dawn Rising got very warm as well. Those are the ones that I was put off by their antics beforehand.
And just quickly, a reflection on the Dewhurst winner.
I thought it was a very good performance. He was on the wrong side with a furlong to go, but to the horse's credit, I mean, he's come across, he's found extra, and after that, Charlie Charlie Appleby said, look, we'll train him as a Guineas horse, and then if he doesn't stay with the Guineas, we'll drop him back to the Commonwealth Cup. But at the moment, we're thinking he's a Guineas horse on the back of that performance.
Just quickly remind us of those four you mentioned there: Run for Oscar, Trooper Bisdee, Reverend Hubert, and
what's he called? Maximin.
Maximin. Brilliant. Thank you, Ken.
Ken, just quickly, how did the shunter look after? I was considering we haven't seen him for such a long time.
There's no doubt he's fit, John. There's no doubt of that. He is fit. I mean, if he can do it again, it'll be a remarkable performance. But he's definitely fit.
Excellent.
Fair enough. It can't be easy getting an 11-year-old ready for a flat race after a year.
No, exactly. But I was surprised how fit he was. I mean, he's done plenty of work. Put it that way.
Good.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Yeah, the shunter's interesting there, John. Is there any reason for mentioning him, or other than his age at 11 at 14-1 now?
Well, he won the race last year, didn't he? So,
yeah.
And they booked James Doyle again. So, Emmett Mullins trains him. So, there's plenty of reasons to mention him. In the sense that it's become an Irish-dominated race, mainly by Willie Mullins, till Charles Burns and Emmett Mullins have come on the scene. Emmett Mullins, as a target trainer, has seen as a younger trainer. He hasn't got many peers. I've got to be honest, he's been very, very impressive in the way he's gone at targets in recent years. And obviously he's double-handed here with last year's winner and the favourite Jacobek Cavan. I'm tempted, although I don't think it's a silly price at Jacobek on what we saw at Galway, and I don't think he's on a bad mark at all. And the ground conditions will suit him on what we saw, certainly with that last performance and when he was with Mick back with the day when he was with the Shannon team. He should go well. I'm tempted to have a little nudge at the shunter, to be honest, because I don't think he'd be coming here if he wasn't. They wouldn't run this horse at 11 years old in this race just for a bit of fun. Mm-hmm. They're definitely going to fancy this. Otherwise, I'll probably be going down the Manxman route to be around about 7-1, I guess, with the extra places, because I think he'll run well. He's drawn 4, but I'm not too worried about the draw. I might be wrong, but it's such a long distance race. I think a talented jockey should be able to get where they want in the straight, and the race will start falling apart with 3 furlongs to go anyway. So although it's a massive field, the ones that remain standing should be able to get somewhere over towards the stand side. And as regards the ground, when I watched the replay of that previous race, the 3 and the 2 horses, you only had to look at the footprints they were making. Yeah. I just wonder, whether Oisin Murphy was hoping he was going to drag all 5 runners over there to get them onto the worst ground, to try to perhaps draw the stamina out of one Godolphin horse and maybe test the other one regards the ground, and think he could make the running on one that he thought would love the ground, and it didn't work because the other two horses went the other way. I don't know. I just wonder why such a talented jockey would take horses to the worst bit of the track. Because it was noticeably worse. I mean, the kickback and the footprints they were leaving behind was so much different to the other side of the track.
Yeah, they looked quite a way clear, the near side, didn't they? At halfway, sort of 2 out.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. This race, you alluded to it earlier. Every time I look at it, it becomes more difficult, because I go through the market and see Samui at 18s, then Run for Oscar at 16s. Trooper Bisdee was one Ken mentioned at 22. Sir Mark, of course, the trainer, Reese Clutterbuck on board. I mean, there's so many different angles into the race.
Yeah, it's not an easy race for a 4-year-old, I don't think. And Trooper Bisdee, I know Sir Mark's won it in the past. I'd be surprised if he won this. I really would. But if he ran okay in the trial race, finishing behind a fair few lengths behind Premier League of Hughie Morrison's yard. Don't really see any reason why he should reverse that form myself.
I just want to quickly intervene regarding Newmarket, because the 3:45 at Hexham is only 2 minutes away, and Cannock Park is 11-4 there from Bertie's Ballot at 3-1, 100-30 Choose a Copper, 15-2 and bigger. Could I just get the selection there, Craig?
Yeah, I really like Cannock Park. He was a good novice last year for the small yard. He won a good maiden hurdle at Cheltenham. Paul Robson, of course, since taken over from Rose Dobbin. So the upgrade in facilities this season can only benefit his horses. I think he'll have a real good season. Will Paul Robson, and Cannock Park's a really exciting novice chaser. He'll be the flag bearer, I would presume, for the yard. And, you know, I think they've got some high early season targets for him. So he's got to be winning at the first time of asking today around Hexham.
Yeah, he's pretty strong in the market too at 11-4 joint favourite now.
Yeah, you know, hopefully he's much better than his current mark suggests. There's not a lot of him for a chaser, but, you know, he's quite an athletic type in terms of being nimble. He's got speed, he's got stamina. He's a real likeable horse.
First few runners coming forwards here for the Sazavich. The 3:45 at Hexham is now a minute and a half away, and they're making their way out onto the track. More on that hopefully in a moment or two as the first few move forwards for the 3:40. Sea of Sands is your new joint favourite with Jacovec Cavan at 5-1. The Darwy is 7s, Manxman is 7s, Dawn Rising 15-2, Premier Linia is 9s, Queenstown 12s, Rumfroska 16s, Samui is 18, Spirit Mix at the same price. The Shunter 20-1, Trooper Bisdee 22s and 25s, and Big the remainder, just one non-runner, that's number 14, 6.5, would have been the favourite, but he's out of the contest, so we've had a bit of a shake-up in the market. John, if I was to push you to 2 or 3, would it be the Shunter, Jacovec Cavan and Manxman?
Yeah, I don't know whether I'd want 2 at the front of the market. I mean, in single figures in a race like this, but I'll go with just 2. I'll throw out Jacovec Cavan because I don't want to have 2 Emmett Mullins, although I might be regretting it. I'll have the Shunter and Manxman.
The Shunter 20-1 and Manxman 7-1 as the next few move forwards. We've got just under half the field loaded for the Sazavich of 2024. Meanwhile, runners heading towards the start at Hexham for their 3:45. That's a 2.5 mile novice handicap chase. And if you're just joining us, Craig is keen on Cannock Park at 5-2 in that up and coming contest at Hexham. Next few move forwards here at Newmarket. It looks like the Shunter has moved forwards 20-1, one of 2 picks for John. Meanwhile, Manxman, the selection, is going forwards also. That just leaves 5 or 6 to complete the lineup. They include Magellan Straight, who is the next one to load forwards. It looks like the Orange Silks of Zealandia isn't far away either. Coming forwards also is Anna Beninia as the next and final few move forwards. Premier Linia's gone in. Let's go and take the call for the 2024 Sazavich.
One to walk forward with Reverend Hubert.
It looked promising, but it looks like one's reversing towards the stalls currently. That is number 24, who's got his back to the stalls, but he's getting closer now. That's Reverend Hubert, 33-1 in the market, but he's getting closer now, so we're not far away from getting going. Just 2 to load forwards for the 3:40. Meanwhile, at Hexham, they're very close to getting off and racing there. We'll get the end of the 3:45 at Hexham for you shortly as the last one moves forwards for the Sazavich.
And that's it all in. They're off. They race with them 2.25 miles in front of them. One of them is very slow to get out of the starting stalls here. Jacovec Cavan, I think, misses the start by a little ways towards the back. Now, Ryan Moore is keeping Queenstown extreme right out wide. Magellan Straight is the first with Zealandia and Shagpile of the main group to lead. Sea of Sands is bang up there with those as well. Spirit Mixer as well. Extreme right, there's Queenstown. Lady Percival and Roberto Escobar also had high draws. They have tacked over to join the main group of runners against the running rail. Manxman isn't far behind that leading group over there with Trooper Bisdee and Premier Lean is behind those, and then Evaluation and Darwy. Alphonse Legrand is right in behind those. They are then followed through by Samui. Story Horses towards the back of the field with Jacovec Cavan in the early strides of the race, and Queenstown in the dark blue is beginning to edge over to join the main part of them as well. Maroon Jacket and Magellan Straight, though the white and black of Roberto Escobar is probably just in front. And then Queenstown, the Pablo Spirit Mixers behind these. Green with pink sleeves is Sea of Sands. He's prominent, about 4th or 5th at the moment. Shagpile, the red cap, is next. Trooper Bisdee in green and yellows hidden against the far side running rail. The green and yellow stripes is Manxman. There's Zealandia behind these, and Darby's in about 10th or 11th position at the moment to Evaluation and Premier Lean. And then comes Lady Percival and some Samui. In company with these is Bashful Boy. And then comes the shunter towards the rail with the white sleeves. Behind him is another previous winner, Run for Oscar. Aquam in company with those. Dawn Rising is next, and then comes Anna Benina, light blue with darker stars. Alphonse Legrand in yellow and white colours comes next as they now make the turn into the final mile and a quarter. Further behind those is Reverend Hubert towards the back of the field in company with Jacques Cavern. But in front now as they head down at halfway, Roberto Escobar leading to Sea of Sands in second, Magellan Strait and Shankpar behind these, and Queenstown coming grandstand side with Spirit Mixer and also Ndawi in that group who are making their way towards the stand side as they at the moment split into two groups here, with Queenstown on the extreme right leading them over to the grandstand side. Roberto Escobar, Magellan Strait and Chuba Bistia towards the left. Staying with that group is Sea of Sands, Evaluation of Manxman and Shankpal and Aquama with those. Premier Lean over the far side as well. Run for Oscar's the back marker of that group, and Bashful Boy is with him. Heading down towards the last 5 furlongs, Queenstown and Spirit Mixer are off towards the right. With those as well is Samui and also Dawn Rising, and then Story Horse and Jacques Cavern and Orange Shacket, about 3 from the left of the right-hand group, bit hidden at the moment. Further behind those is Ndawi, who goes okay at this stage, and then Alphonse Legrand with a yellow cap, and Lady Percival is with that. The Trooper Bisney is the leader on the left at the moment. Roberto Escobar's in the middle, and on the extreme right is Queenstown, although now vigorously ridden along as Spirit Mixer begins to go past this. Sea of Sands is right on the heels of the leaders and going okay at the moment. Magellan Strait's behind this to Evaluation. On the right, Alphonse Legrand in yellow and white is making progress, and Darby is there. Dawn Rising's got a chance also. Aquan, the grey, the extreme left, is coming into it strongly as well now. And from the back of the field, Run for Oscar, a previous winner. Pale Jacket right down the centre. But Alphonse Legrand towards the right. Yellow and white is the leader. To Run for Oscar, Aquan, Magellan Strait, Manxman the far side. Chuba Bisty behind this, then Bashful Boy. Into the closing stages, the grey Aquam. Nearest to us, Alphonse Legrand. Manxman has a chance as well. Running up towards the line. Manxman to Alphonse Legrand, and with those was the grey between them in the green and white, which was Aquam. Very tight between that trio.
Yeah, fantastic finish to the Cesar, which looks to have gone the way of Manxman. From the near side, Alphonse Legrand. In between runners was Aquam. Full SBs to follow shortly. They've jumped at Hexham, but they've also jumped at Naas. We're going to go there first for the listed contest.
Shandy. Wide apart are Twilight Jet, Lee Roach, and Big Gossy, Gary Carroll, who's tracked by My Maid Alfie and Colin Keane, who's just third from OJW Legacy. And then Tango Flair and Tory Vega, Thunder Bear and Shandy trails the field. They're coming up past the halfway stage. The RF Steele's listed stakes. Big Gossy on the left. On the right is Twilight Jet. In between them is My Maid Alfie with OJW Legacy. Getting a squeeze now is Tango Flair, and then Tory Vega, Thunder Bear, and still last is Shandy. Coming inside the final two, Big Gossy is now ridden along with looking poised My Maid Alfie, and then Twilight Jet over on the far side, Thunder Bear and OJW Legacy. Tango Flair, Tory Vega and Shandy racing up the hill to the final 200 yards, and it is My Maid Alfie just edging it from Thunder Bear, who's throwing down a challenge over on the far side. Big Gossy is battling on the stand side. My Maid Alfie in a driving finish completes an autumn hat-trick from Thunderbird and Big Gossy and OJW Legacy next.
Yeah, My Mate Alfie has won the listed contest, the 350 at Naas. They're heading towards the next at Hexham. Let's go and pick them up.
All streaming over that one okay, and pressing on quickly towards fence number 4. And Benson it is, who's asserted and gone on by a couple of lengths. To Choose a Copper, who's over in second. Cannock Park in third. A gap of a couple of lengths to Dare to Shout, a half length behind that one to Bertie's Ballet. Then 3 more lengths towards the back of the field. Races Rich Spirits and the overall back marker as they continue the climb towards the home straight. For the first time is Pinot Rouge. Down the straight they come then. Next up is another plain fence. This is fence number 5, and Benson arrives at it and negotiates it nicely. Got away by about a couple of lengths. To Choose a Copper, Derek Fox racing second. The Royal Blue Jacket with the orange star to the near side, and then Cannock Park and Craig Nicol looking for the double over on the far side as they go towards the water jump. Benson at the water, sees a stride, jumps well, gets away by 3 to Choose a Copper in second. Similar margin to Cannock Park, followed by Dare to Shout, who's racing in company with Bertie's Ballet. Pinot Rouge is racing second last, and Rich Spirit at the back as they go to another plain fence in front of the grandstands. Pinot Rouge just had to reach for that a little bit, was out-jumped by Rich Spirit towards the back of the field as they head off towards an open ditch. At it now, Benson over in front, negotiates it nicely, gets away by a couple to Choose a Copper, who also jumped well in second. Cannock Park's going the shortest way for Craig Nicol, right down the inside rail. Bertie's Ballet is next in the field with Dare to Shout, the grey horse, and then Pinot Rouge out deep, and Rich Spirit in the maroon with the white hoop sleeves at the back of the field as they press on to fence number 9. And they're all over that fine. They've concertinaed somewhat. There'd only be 5 or 6 lengths first to last as Benson reaches the foot of the hill and takes the left-handed turn and takes the climb towards the far side of the track. 5 fences await them down there. There's 1 in the home straight, so 6 left to negotiate in total. And Benson pressing on in front here for Ryan Mania. Opens up by 3 to 4 lengths to Choose a Copper, who races back in second. Couple of lengths to Cannock Park. And then the grey horse Dare to Shout racing centre pack now. Bertie's Ballet was very slow at that fence towards the back, and I think he might be pulling up Bertie's Ballet. He is out of the contest. So down the far side of the track they go once again. Only 6 remain. Benson over in front at fence number 11. Saw Stride, jumped well, got away by a couple of lengths. Choose a Copper to the inside. Cannock Park a little bit deeper. Dare to Shout next in the field. Followed through by Rich Spirit and Pinot Rouge, I beg your pardon, as they race opposite the grandstands for the final time then and go towards the next fence. And all over that, okay. Oh no, Rich Spirit's gone towards the back, and Pinot Rouge wasn't the overly fluent, was slightly interfered with as well. So down the hill they go on the far side of the track. Benson's still there to Choose a Copper. Cannock Park back in third. They've been the front 3 throughout. There's a gap of maybe 4 lengths to Dare to Shout, and then Pinot Rouge trying to latch onto them towards the back of the field, but they're heading off towards the open ditch, which is 3 fences from home. It's fence number 13.
3 to go over at Hexham. They're starting the loading process at York. Meanwhile, confirmation of the result from Newmarket. Alfonso Legrand won the photo finish from Manxman on the far side. So 16 beat 18 in the 340 at Newmarket. Let's get the closing stages from Hexham.
Cannock Park now tackled by Dare to Shout, who's moving through into third position, and they're on the rise back towards the home straight, and Benson on the outside of Choose a Copper is trying to repel this one, but they're together as they take the turn. Dare to Shout right in the wing mirrors though in closing, and a gap to Cannock Park. Off the turn, down the straight they come. It's Choose a Copper who's gone on, but Dare to Shout's got him in his sights now and tries to close. Now back in third is Benson, just treading water a little bit in front of Cannock Park at the final fence. Big leap by the leader. Choose a Copper saw a Stride, jumped well, got away quickly. Dare to Shout met it running and is still trying to close her inside the final furlong. Far side Choose a Copper. Dare to Shout closing all the while towards the near side. Choose a Copper needs the line. Dare to Shout still trying to close, but Choose a Copper doing enough will go on to win for Lucinda Russell and Derek Fox. Dare to Shout in second. They've pulled.
Choose a Copper has won at Hexham. Let's get the closing stages of York.
One of the Violet Silks, a little wider into the straight, Distant Memory on the left, in turn followed through by Seed Investor. Unsurprisingly, they've gone fairly steadily towards halfway. Ride the Thunder against the running rail. Taken on again by the nose-banded Almeric. And then in the pale sleeves, Magellan Cloud is moving up. Bryant is coming there as well in the Violet Silks. And away to the left, Distant Memory joins in. Meanwhile, on the right, Rawlin is going through a run up the fence. Seed Investor is last of all. They're inside the last couple of furlongs now. Ride the Thunder, Almeric, Magellan Cloud. Then Bryant, who's won from the left. 4 almost in a line as they head down to the last furlong. Ride the Thunder, Almeric. Bryant got there but can now muster only 1 pace. No more from Magellan Cloud. Almeric fighting this out with Ride the Thunder. Nose-banded head of Almeric narrowly in front. Ride the Thunder battling on, but Almeric proving too strong. Almeric beats Ride the Thunder. Magellan Cloud up for third, and Bryant was back in fourth.
Yeah, the 355 at York, the maiden stakes, goes the way of Almeric, who beats favourite Ride the Thunder. That was a really busy time of things with racing at Newmarket, Hexham, Naas and York coming up in quick succession. John, if I could just bring you in regarding the Cesarewitch, it was a tight finish. It went for a photo finish, and it went the way of Alphonse Legrand, despite the commentator possibly suggesting Manxman.
10 to go to the starting point.
Yeah, it was very tight. Obviously, very wide apart. So it wasn't the easiest call, in all fairness, in real time. But it was quite clear when we saw the slow-mo 1 at 1 and the betting was a sort of 20 to 1 on anyway. So yeah, Alphonse Legrand, what a season this horse has had. It's won the Chester Plate, it's won the Northumberland Consolation. I think they'd have probably preferred to win the Irish Cesarewitch, to be honest, but considering how strong a handicap that is, that was probably a fair effort. Obviously had horses in front of him that were running today as well, so it wasn't obvious that he was going to come out on top, but it's strong form, and
he's been taken out very
what a terrific season, and you have to take your hat off to the trainer there, Mrs. O'Leary. Brilliant training to get that horse to stay at the top of its game from the beginning of the season in the spring for Chester, and the Cesarewitch at the end, and take plenty of prize money in between as well. Phenomenal.
Full SB from the Cesarewitch. Alphonse Legrand 33 to 1 from Manxman 7s. Aquam was third at 33s. Also, Run for Oscar was fourth 18s. Magellan Straight fifth at 50s, and Dawn Rising was the sixth place horse at 8 to 1. The 345 at Hexham went the way of Choose a Copper 7 to 2 from Dare to Shout second at 10 to 1. Nace, their 6 furlong listed stakes, wait the way of My Mate Alfie at 5 to 2 favouritism from Thunder Bear at 14 to 1, and Big Gossy was third at 5s. We've just seen Almeric win at 2 to 1 from Ride the Thunder at 11 to 8 in the 355 at York. The 4 o'clock at Chepstow, where we're heading next, just shy of 2.5 miles for a handicap chase, and the King of Rye Hope is 100 to 30 favourite from Il Rodotto at 4 to 1. Jet Oil is 6, Saint Segal 6 is 15 to 2, and Bigger the remainder, Craig.
It should be a good race. This should be plenty pace on. Jet Oil, who won the Old Roan Chase last year, he's going to be one of the pace angles. Il Rodotto now changed ownership, but he's made his reappearance at Cheltenham in the Paddy Power the last 2 years and ran well. But they've obviously come here for the run to put him spot on. I would imagine he'll improve for it. With a fast pace, the strong travelling, the King of Rye Hope's going to get this run to suit. 2.5 should be perfect on his comeback. As long as he gets a good pace to aim at, like I said, there's at least 2 or 3 front runners in here that should set the race up for him. Edita Guy is another that likes to bowl along at the head of affairs. So, yeah, he's a horse that always catches the eye because he's a strong travelling type. 136, there's a little bit more room for manoeuvre from that sort of mark, and when he gets everything in his favour, he is a smart handicap chaser, and he looks to have a fair bit going for him today.
Have you got a selection the next at Fairyhouse also? Because we might have a clash. The 405 Ragman's Corner 5 to 2 favourite from Flash the Lights 4 to 1. It's 5s and Bigger there.
Yeah, Flash the Lights came from a long way back to win. Did well to recover that race from a poor position. Now he's one I would stick with.
Flash the Lights then in the 405. That's coming up in just under 5 minutes' time. Meanwhile, here at Chepstow, they're taking a final couple of turns before they head out onto the main parts of the course. The King of Rye Hope is your 3 to 1 market leader, and the selection for Craig. Il Rodotto is 4 to 1. Jet Oil is 6 to 1. Saint Segal is 15 to 2. Grand Dame is 8 to 1. Garlaw is 8 also. Hom Public is 10 to 1. 11 to 1, and Bigger the remainder there as they do head out onto the main track now. Meanwhile, just confirming the previous result from York, it was Almeric who won at a price of 2 to 1 from Ride the Thunder at 11 to 8 favouritism. Looks like they're taking a final turn or two here at Chepstow, racing over just shy of 2.5 miles for a handicap chase, and the King of Rye Hope's moved into 11 to 4 favouritism. Well supported late off here from Il Rodotto, also well supported at 7 to 2 from 4 to 1. Jet Oil 6 is 15 to 2, and Bigger the rest as the flag has been raised.
Grande Dame with on the inside, and they're off as they go over the John Ayres Memorial Handicap Chase over 2 miles, 3.5 furlongs. Grande Dame with on the inside La Dominiale as they go over the first. Edita de Gite also prominent over the first fence. Then to the outside, J'Etoile, who is racing at the moment alongside Garlaw, and then Saint Segal with on the inside En Public as already they go over fence number 2, and they're all safely over. Phlegmatic at the back of the field, together with the held up the King of Rye Hope, and they've now reached fence number 3. La Dominiale was the leader over Grande Dame, who took it in second position. Edita de Gite in third. Garlaw, and then J'Etoile, followed by Il Rodotto on the outside, and then the orange of Saint Segal, who jumped a little slower than the King of Rye Hope, who jumped past him in the air. En Public is next, and then Phlegmatic, and already they've reached and crossed over fence number 5. So setting out now with another complete circuit of the course ahead of of them, and it is La Domenial who has got the lead to down the centre of the course. Grande Dame, who races in second position. A break then of about 5 lengths opening up to Editor de Gite, who is in third place. The very pale colours of J'Etoile, and on that one's inside is Garlaw, followed by Il Ridotto, then the stripes of the King of Ryhope, then Saint Segal and En Public, and the back marker is Phlegmatic as they take the turn by the stables and now begin the climb to the back straight. So it is Ben Macy on La Domenial who leads the way by 3 lengths to Tom Bellamy and Grande Dame racing in second place. A break then of 6 lengths to Editor de Gite and Niall Houlihan who race in third, and Garlaw and Jonathan Burke in fourth position. In fifth is Darryl Jacob on J'Etoile, followed by Il Ridotto and then the King of Ryhope as they make the turn into the back straight. Saint Segal, En Public and Phlegmatic complete the roll call of the 10. Making the run now on towards the first of the 6 taken down the back straight. The mare, La Domenial, still clear of her field as she now goes on towards the open ditch, fence number 7. La Domenial out in front, reaches for it, led by 3 lengths to Grande Dame, who was over in second. At the back of the field, Phlegmatic was not too fluent. Over fence 8, another plain fence they take. At the moment, Editor de Gite still holding third, Garlaw in fourth, Il Ridotto is in fifth. On now towards fence number 9. They're at halfway. La Domenial clear. She again reaches for that fence, but gets the other side safely to Grande Dame in second. Garlaw has now taken third, Editor de Gite in fourth, and Il Ridotto making ground on that one's outside. The penultimate fence taken down the back straight, and now they begin to make the downhill run towards fence number 11, which will be the 6th from home. La Domenial by now only 2.5 lengths. Garlaw very quick over that in second place, and also the King of Ryhope travelling powerfully on the heels of that leading trio, the black and white stripe colours for Harry Skelton. So now they begin to bunch up as they lead the back straight behind them, and it is La Domenial who leads now by only 1.5 lengths to Garlaw, who has moved into second. Grande Dame in third. 2 lengths away is the King of Ryhope racing between horses. On his outside, Il Ridotto. To his inside, Editor de Gite. Being ridden along is J'Etoile. Then Saint Segal, who's on the inside. A break of 3 lengths back to En Public, who's been ridden along, and Phlegmatic. So they're making the turn in. Just over a half mile to go, facing up now towards the 5th from home. La Domenial, tackled now by Garlaw towards the near side. Grande Dame, the red and white checks, in third as they go over 5 out. Into fourth goes the King of Ryhope, still travelling well. On that one's outside, Il Ridotto, and then Saint Segal, who is picking up. Racing now over the final open ditch. That was the 4th from home, and a change to the lead. And it's now Garlaw and Jonathan Burke who have taken the lead. Racing on now towards the 3rd from home. Garlaw in front. Grande Dame now moves into second and closing as they go over 3 out. Just 2 lengths away is the King of Ryhope, who jumped in third. La Domenial looks held, and then Saint Segal and Il Ridotto over the second last, and it is Grande Dame who leads now by about a length to Garlaw against the far side rail. The King of Ryhope produced towards the near side over the final fence. Grande Dame jumps it really well, quick away, leads by 2 lengths to the King of Ryhope, and then Garlaw, who is trying to rally. Grande Dame being driven out, still leads by 2.5, racing up towards the line. It is Grande Dame who wins. Garlaw in second. Back in third was the King of Ryhope, followed home at quite some margin in fourth by Saint Segal.
Skips over that one from out wide. KP's Lady of Knock. Black Castle Storm remains close up in third, just in front of Ramella. After these is Papa Barnes, and then Ragman's Corner. Mistake out flight number 4 there from Black Castle Storm, but didn't appear to lose too much ground as a result. So it is still Moulin West racing in cheek pieces for the first time today, who dictates here under Oakley Brown, to now coming through into second Black Castle Storm for Keith Donoghue, who's off to ride in the Velka Pardubice in Prague tomorrow. Running in third then is KP's Lady of Knock, and they're followed in fourth by Ramella. After Ramella is Papa Barnes, who's on the inside of Ragman's Corner. About 8 lengths first to last here as they come on now to flight number 5. And over in front, once again, it was Moulin West to KP's Lady of Knock on the outside of Black Castle Storm. Ramella continuing to race in fourth. After Romella is Ragman's Corner, bidding for a second win of the week. Papa Barnes is towards the inside of Brega, and then Flash the Lights, and the final two remain Blackstone Cliff and Cleopatra's Needle. Here's the next flight, 4 from home. Moulin West over from Black Castle Storm. Papa Barnes racing very enthusiastically on the inside is moving on to the heels of the leaders as they come on now to the final 5 furlongs. Just after these, Ragman's Corner is on the move now. The white and black jacket out wide. Widest of all is Brega as they take this next flight of hurdles where Black Castle Storm made a mistake and slightly interfered with the weakening KP's Lady of Knock. So they've got quite a long run before they meet the first of the two in the straight, and it remains Moulin West from Black Castle Storm. Romella travelling up strongly in between them. Here comes Ragman's Corner around the outside. The green and blue of Papa Barnes, then Brega. Flash the Lights is next, and just in behind these, Cleopatra's Needle. A wide open contest as they go to 2 outs. It's Moulin West pressed now in the centre by Romella. Romella landed in front. Coming there in the centre with a bid is Ragman's Corner. Papa Barnes from the back of the field. Cleopatra's Needle now moving up stylishly as they come down to the final flight. Romella from Papa Barnes and Cleopatra's Needle on the stand side. And now the final furlong on the run in. It's Cleopatra's Needle who's come through from last to take it up under Sean Flanagan. Going on now from Romella and then Papa Barnes. Cleopatra's Needle, a flat winner previously, is now going to open her account over hurdles. Cleopatra's Needle wins for Harry Rogers. From Romella, Papa Barnes and Brega.
Great win by Cleopatra's Needle, delivered with a really well-timed run down the outside by Sean Flanagan, and she stayed on best of all on the run in. They didn't go a great pace early on, but Sean Flanagan was patient on her. There was a line of 4 or 5 with chances as they rounded the home turn. She was one of them. She picked up well on the near side and went to the line strongly. She's really cleared away on the run to the line. Romella's run well in defeat. Papa Barnes travelled well for Patrick O'Brien, bidding for a treble on the day, and he arrived there on the far side with a big chance, but the race is on here as we join them on the run to the second last. Romella in the centre in the green and white colours, Danny Gilligan, but Sean Flanagan delivering Cleopatra's Needle on the near side, jumps the final flight, and then he's asked her to pick up. She's gone on from Romella with Bregach on the far side, and kept on well, Bregach did, but Cleopatra's Needle quickened away nicely, and she's coming away all the way on the run to the line. She's racing here off a mark of 87. She's got a mark in the 50s on the flat, and this is just her 4th run over hurdles, but she's done it nicely. She's shown a nice turn of foot there off what looked like a sedate enough pace, with Romella clinging on for the runner-up spot, and Papa Barnes back in 3rd, with Brega keeping on to take 4th place. We just have a final look at the head-on here. Here's where Cleopatra's Needle, you can see she's delivered wide by Sean Flanagan towards the right of the screen as we're looking at it, up on the outside, and joins the front rank at the last.
Moving forwards here is Squire's Treaty. Further back in the field at this stage to find on the inner in the dark blue and pink Currahee. And then ridden along behind those wide is Dovey Moon and Dylan Hogan. Ahead of that runner is Master Technician, the pale blue. Towards the back, Welsh Fizz, pink and green. Also Analogical in the brown and orange. The back marker, Aurelius Maximus in the red. And Dovey Moon has gone very wide Something amiss there around the turn with the steering, I think, on Dovey Moon, who looks out of the race. Meanwhile, back with the leader, Antonin Dvorak and Shane Gray will turn them for home by a length. Ridden along on the outside in second is Apple Blossom White. Towards the inside is Oasis Sunrise as they turn for home. Gillet is making ground now into about third or fourth, but work to do. Also, Master Technician is on the move as well. Heading for the final furlong, Antonin Dvorak, the Musselburgh winner, is out in front by a length. Gillet is now running on as the danger in second. Out wide is Master Technician, and then comes Oasis Sunrise, but Antonin Dvorak is not for catching. Will win again here for Carl Burke. Antonin Dvorak wins to Gillet just second, third Master Technician, and fourth Oasis Sunrise.
It's always the front end across from stall 9 under Shane Gray. And form horses have come to the fore in the end. Gillet has finished in second. Another consistent run from that horse, also carrying a penalty, a couple of pounds more than Antonin Dvorak, who was getting a couple of pound allowance because he was in the lower band. And Master Technician has finished in third spot, running on quite nicely. Another good run from him under Finley Marsh for Rod Millman. But the winner, it is another one for Carl Burke and another one for New Bay, who's a top stallion. And he is won that quite nicely.
All 8 runners are safely in the collecting area at the 2 miles, 7.5 furlong starts. Looks like the runners are being invited out onto the racetrack. And the starter is climbing the rostrum steps. Taking a turn and walking back towards the starter. The flag is raised, set to go. They're off. They race away for the first class catering from Falcons Events Handicap Hurdle Race, heading away towards the first of 12 flights of hurdles. Supremely West is prominent in the silver jacket with the pink hoop sleeves, horse in dark headgear. Also prominent in black and white is Velasco, and towards the inside Aramax in the green and gold hoop jacket with a white cap. Faller back in the field. Got 2 fallers back in the field there. Half Track was one of them, and the other one was Our Sam. So we've lost Half Track and Our Sam at the first flight of hurdles. They press on quickly to flight number 2. And over in front, Velasco landed with a lead of about a half length. Both jockeys up okay, relieved to say. So too the horses, as the leaders go to the foot of the hill. And swinging left-handed, Velasco is the one who takes them along by just over a length to Supremely West, racing in second. They're followed by Aramax, who's towards the inside in third position, followed through by Dinon, who races a little bit wider in fourth. They're followed through by Candor, who's second last in the dark blue and yellow jacket. Then the pink jacket of Shoeshine Boy at the back of the now 6-runner field. Murray Dodd settled that one about 7 off the leader, which is Velasco and Nathan Moscrop, just going a steady gallop as they race down the far side of the track. They're heading off towards flight number 3. So Velasco, Nathan Moscrop to the inside, over narrowly to Supremely West and Charlie Hammond, who took that in second. And then Aramax and Richie McClernand just in the slipstream of the front runners. A little bit deeper out is Dinon. The top weight under Craig Nicol, a little bit wider. They've just negotiated flight number 4. Shoeshine Boy and Murray Dodd towards the back, and Candor now at the very back of the field for Patrick Wadge. So they're right opposite the grandstands, going out into the little dip on the far side of the track. And up front, Supremely West has injected some pace here as they head down the hill. Supremely West has taken it on and kicked on by about 2 lengths, maybe 2.5, to Velasco racing in second. Aramax is close up in third. Dinon is next in the field. And Candor and Shoeshine Boy are content to wait at the back of the pack. So now taking rising ground and heading off towards flight number 5, which will be the second last on the next circuit. Supremely West just running a little bit freely but hurdling fluently. Jumps well, gets away by just over a length to Aramax, who took that in second. A half length back to Velasco to the inside rail, and then a gap of 3 to 4 lengths to Dinon, who's next in the field. 2 more lengths to Candor and a half length to Shoeshine Boy at the back of the pack. So on the rise and about to swing a left-handed turn to come back down the home straight and head off towards flight number 6. Still well over a circuit to go, of course. And no change up front. Supremely West continues in front. He might just have steadied the pace down a little bit now, Charlie Hammond. Back in second is Aramax, and then the early leader, Velasco, is now racing back in third position. Dinon still lobbing along on a tight rein in fourth place as they take flight 6. And then Shoeshine Boy, no move from him so far, or from Candor, both towards the back of the field. So heading back towards us, they're about to run past their point of departure. They've just about completed a circuit, and there's probably 7 lengths first to last as Supremely West leads them past us by 3 lengths. Aramax towards the near side, continues to race close up in second, and then Velasco to the far side. And and they're followed through behind them by Dinon, Shoeshine Boy and Candor. So not much change in the order so far. And they head down towards the flight, which caused a bit of a mishap in the first. This is a flight where we lost a couple of runners on the first circuit. But they've all negotiated it safely this time. So on they go towards flight number 8. And Supremely West it is, who's pressing on again here, Charlie Hammond. He's opened up by 4 to 5 lengths to Aramax. Dinon taking closer order, the blue and white quartered jacket with the striped sleeves in cab. Velasco still there to the inside. Shoeshine Boy also on the move a little bit in the pink out wide. Candor at the back of the field. Supremely West takes the turn at the foot of the hill. He's come back to the pack a little bit now. And he's just trying to extend them again as they go towards the top of the hill. So Supremely West quickening up and slowing down. Leads into the back stretch by a length and a half to Velasco. Deeper out of that one races Aramax, then Dinon. Candor has now moved past Shoeshine Boy, but only 6 lengths first to last once again as they go down the far side for the final time. Next up's going to be flight number 9, and they're pressing on towards it now. This is 4 flights of hurdles from home. Supremely West at the 4th last. Jumped it well, got away by a couple to Aramax, who just gets shaken up on landing and a tap down the shoulder. Dinon wide of him. Still behind them is Velasco to the inside as they take the next 3 out. And still Supremely West leads them. So right opposite the grandstands they go once again down the far side of the track. They are bunching, only 5 lengths separating the whole field now. Supremely West by a half length to Dinon, who's moved through into second. Aramax just scrubbed along for a stride or 2. Shoeshine Boy to the outside of that one. Velasco with those, and Candor at the back of the field as they go down in the little dip on the far side of the track. There's only 2 flights to go in the first class catering from Falcons Events Handicap Hurdles. Supremely West, a neck clear of Dinon, then Shoeshine Boy rode along 3 deep. Velasco's right behind those, then Candor. Aramax is now struggling at the back of the 6 runners, and they've just taken the second last, and they're about to swing left-handed up the hill. We've got a new leader. It's Dinon, who's gone on by a half length. Supremely West scrubbed along in second, so too Shoeshine Boy in third, and Velasco in fourth, but Dinon is now coming under a ride as well as they take the hill. They're about to swing left-handed to come back towards the 12th and final flight of hurdles. Dinon trying to press on here, but he looks pretty weary. Shoeshine Boy's trying to mow him down towards the near side. They're getting away from Velasco. Supremely West has completely run out of gas. Down towards the final flight. Dinon trying to pick up again. Shoeshine Boy desperate to try and get upside. Switches to the far side now for a final challenge. Here's the final flight. Dinon on the near side, joined by Shoeshine Boy, and they're going to slug it out up the run in these two. Inside the furlong they go. Shoeshine Boy, Dinon back for more with the rail to help. Inside the final half, Shoeshine Boy all out. Dinon challenging again towards the near side. They race up towards the line. Oh, it's desperate. Far side Shoeshine Boy, near side Dinon. They're finished well clear. Supremely West, Velasco, Candor and Aramax.
what's going to come home in front here and get the gold. You got a few others here. You got Surrey Bell, daughter of Golden Horn, who's enjoyed a good season for Hugh Morrison and David Egan.
Yeah, again, testing conditions suit her. She won on heavy ground at Haydock. That was over 1 mile and 6, but stamina isn't an issue. Was a 7-length winner over 2 miles earlier in the summer.
Ian Brooks won the last race here yesterday for Harriet Bethley. He's on Robert Johnson, who was successful at Newmarket last time out.
Yeah, he had a really good year last year. He won on 5 occasions, I think it was. Won at Newmarket over 2 mile 2. He won that Cesarovic trial last time out, beating one of Hughie Morrison's. Won by 3 parts of a length. He's up 4 for that.
A range goes for Martin Todd and David Nolan.
Yeah, she ran in this. She ran in the race last year. Finished second off 85. She lines up here off 86.
Okay, she will slot forward into stall 4. Torcello, 10-year-old, he will relish conditions better than anything else in the race.
Yeah, no, you're keen on his chance. He definitely liked the ground, and he's back to his last winning mark of 87.
And it's got well fresh. He won fresh at Pontefract this season. Right, last one goes forward. Let's get up to Stuart and get the call for the stairs.
Ready? They're off. 2 miles, field of 10 jumping from the stalls. The Coral, we're here for it. Stayers, handicap Zimmerman down on the inner. Handy, Torcello in the noseband. Likewise, Surrey Bell out deepest of all. Will head them all off under the judge first time as Amin pushes forward in the red and blue. And as they go into the turn, Amin assumes command, bounds on by a couple ends. Surrey Bell is steadily working over closer to the rail in the yellow and dark blue to chase the early pace. Couple ends then to Torcello, who drops into third. Zimmerman, the dark stripes on the inner, races in fourth, making their way across to the back straight and heading towards the end of half a mile. Range sits back towards midfield in these very early stages with Gibbside and Robert Johnson, who races a little wider out. The red and blue on the sleeves for Robert Johnston. Merry Jig is among those held up. A Corsican Cape at the other of the greys in a maroon jacket is also held up. Your Kindness tucks in against the running rail around about 3/4 of the way back. But it's a pretty decent test in the conditions, nearly 35 miles an hour, starting off down the far side, and Amin is loose on the lead by 4 or 5 lengths. To Surrey Bell heading the chase, and then Torcello over Zimmerman, with the grey mare Arrange just about shading fifth to Your Kindness on her immediate inner. And then Gibbside with a light green cap, Corsican Caper up the inner. Wide of that pair, Robert Johnson, the red sleeves, and Merry Jig in the light blue and yellow, just about racing at the tail. They've gone past the Juddmonte International start, 1.25 miles out, steadily moving towards the halfway point. Amin leading Surrey Bell, Torcello wide, and then Zimmerman hard up against the running rail, working across to Arrange. Your Kindness, in turn, is in the slipstream of Zimmerman, and then Gibbside, wider of Gibbside to Robert Johnson, Corsican Caper, the other grey, and Merry Jig are the final pair as they go beyond halfway and inside the final 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres. Amin just having to be nudged along and is now being pressured and headed by Torcello and Surrey Bell. And as quickly as he got to the front, Amin is beginning to drift back through the field. They're about to swing for home, less than 3/4 of a mile to travel. Torcello then in front. Surrey Bell sitting in second. The dark jacket of Zimmerman disputing third with Arrange. Followed into the straight by Gibbside and then Robert Johnson. Merry Jig in the light blue and yellow beginning to come around the field. Just beginning to work into it as they head for the last half mile, and then Corsican Caper. Your Kindness is struggling, and Amin has gone from first to last in the space of 1/4 mile. On down the straight they come then. It's going to be a long home straight as well after that rain shower. Torcello in front. The grey Arrange is moving up. Zimmerman ridden between horses. Here comes Gibbside right down the centre. The light green sleeves and cap. And they're moving on inside the last 3 furlongs. So Torcello on the right. Gibbside on the left. Arrange up between them, travelling strongly. Then Zimmerman and Robert Johnson. The rest look as though they're going to be coming home here at long intervals. And now Arrange and Gibbside side move on together inside the last quarter mile. Arrange trading punches with Gibbside. 4 lengths ahead of Torcello, then Zimmerman and Robert Johnston. This really is a slow motion finish. Gibbside has nosed into the lead here and is now beginning to assert. He's grinding this out very gutsily. Arrange is now running on instinct back in second. Torcello in third. And it's Gibbside driven out by Cam Hardy, who outstays them to win. Arrange clings on to second. Torcello in third. And Robert Johnson was back in fourth.
Gibbside wins, 8 stone 5 on his back for Tim Eastby. Cam Hardy doing the steering. Wins and wins nicely in our staying race. It was attritional.
It was attritional, yeah. Good couple of days for Tim Eastby. Winner here yesterday. Gibbside gets off. It's his second win of the season. He won at Catterick early in the year. But as you mentioned, low weight, like 8 stone 5, big advantage.
Oh, fair play to you, Mark. You were keen on Torcello. He's run a big race at finishing there.
No, well, you were even keener. Yeah, got a positive ride. He stays well, goes well fresh, as you said, and relishes testing ground.
He certainly does. Gibbside's your winner. Will try and grab a word with Tim Eastby.
It's at 9-2. The mover in the market here is Toss Again, who is into 11-2 from 10-1. Also money for Neon Moon, 8-1 in from 14s. It's 9-1 Man of the People, also at 9-1 Pull Again Green, and it's 12-1 Bar Those. The favourite Stolen Silver goes to 16-5. Post time for race 6 is at 4:35. We're already on post time, so won't be too long once they get to the start before they get underway. flag is raised. And they're off. For the Native River Handicap Chase over 2 miles, 7.5 furlongs. They'll cross 2 fences in the back straight before they make the downhill turn back towards home. Toss Again will lead them over the first, at which Stolen Silver made a mistake. Stolen Silver hit fence number 1 pretty hard. As they go down towards the second, Toss Again will lead Sail Away over in second. And then on the inside, Twin Jets in third. Arizona Cardinal jumped in fourth. Neon Moon further length and a half away in fifth. And then Pull Again Green, who is in sixth. Man of the People racing in seventh early. Stolen Silver jumped the second fence much better than they did the first. He's racing just on the inside of Man of the People. Around the outside is Nassalam, then Kitty's Light, and at the back of the field is Ballygriffin Cottage as they make the turn back towards the home straight for the first time. And it's now Sail Away, the first of the greys, who moves around the outside of Toss Again, and it's now Sail Away who has claimed the lead. Toss Again racing in second. Arizona Cardinal is in third. Twin Jets racing quite keenly in fourth position in the early stages. And then Neon Moon with on the inside Stolen Silver. Out a little bit wider is Pull Again Green, and then Kitty's Light and Man of the People as they go over fence number 3. Again, all safely over, although Stolen Silver just rather backed off that fence. Didn't really have a great cut at it, but it wasn't a bad mistake this time. On now towards an open ditch at which Sail Away will be the leader, and banking that fence was Stolen Silver. His fencing at the moment has gone to pot here. It looks as though he's just lost a bit of confidence. He banked that open ditch, and now they're going over another plain one. Sail Away will lead by 3 lengths to Toss Again over in second. Nassalam was a little slow over that. A reminder for Stolen Silver, who races worse than midfield. Over the next against the rail is Twin Jets, and then Neon Moon and Pull Again Green. On the outside, Man of the People. Sail Away rather over-jumped at that fence, which were the last in a circuit's time. That was fence number 7. So they have a circuit to go in the Native River Handicap Chase, and the leader is Sail Away, is out in front now by 5 lengths. 2 in second, Toss Again. In third on the near side is Arizona Cardinal, followed towards the inner by Twin Jets, who is in fourth. Neon Moon is racing in fifth. Pull Again Green is in sixth. Man of the People on the outside is in seventh. Stolen Silver now trying to make a place through on the inside. Then Kitty's Light and Ballygriffin Cottage, and the back marker is last season's Welsh National winner, Nassalam, as Sail Away leads them up the hill towards the back straight. 11 more fences to take. Sail Away now by about 5 lengths to Toss Again, the Irish Raider, racing in second. The Topham winner, Arizona Cardinal, just shading third with Twin Jets towards the rail. And then Neon Moon in the Brocade racing red, purple and yellow. Followed next by Pull Again Green as they turn into the back straight, at which Kitty's Light came off the bit and was just ridden along for a few strides. Stolen Silver also now being nudged along to hold his position. Over the first one down the back are coming together by Toss Again and Arizona Cardinal as they crossed over that, but neither lost a place, and this is an open ditch. Sail Away almost joined by Arizona Cardinal towards his outside. Between them, Toss Again and then Twin Jets, followed by Neon Moon, and that's another plain fence they've just taken. Now Ballygriffin Cottage, white and red colours, making ground on the inside with Pull Again Green, and out wider is Man of the People. Kitty's Light is next as they go over the fence taken by their starting point. Kitty's Light racing in advance of Stolen Silver, who once again is flat to the boards, and also Nassalam likewise, as now they go towards the 2 fences on the downhill run towards the end of the back straight. The leaders beginning to bunch up. Kitty's Light, Stolen Silver and Nassalam, the 3 now who are totally detached from the others. And it is a new leader, Twin Jets, who's now gone on, taking the final fence down the back. Twin Jets and Harry Cobden now have the lead over Arizona Cardinal and Sail Away in second and third. Pull Again Green towards the outside of Neon Moon, followed by Ballygriffin Cottage, and then Toss Again, who's lost a few places, and then Man of the People. And that group now are a long way clear of the rest, and they're on the turn, which will bring them back towards the home straight over Arizona Cardinal in second. Man of the People, 3-4 wide, but making a move. Pull Again Green on his inner, racing between horses. Up against the inside rail, Ballygriffin Cottage with the white cheek pieces. Neon Moon, just looking for a little bit of racing room, will cut towards the inside. Sail Away, the early leader, has now beat a retreat. All the others, headed by Toss Again, are tailed off. Pulling up before 5 out is Stolen Silver, last year's winner. A new leader going towards the final ditch. Man of the People has gone on to Pull Again Green. These are now the first two, with Twin Jets on the inside in third as they got over that open ditch. Neon Moon was over in fourth position, and now they race on towards the third last. And it is Pull Again Green and Liam Harrison against the far side rail, who have the lead but make a bad mistake at that third last. Man of the People also blundered. Neon Moon now has been presented with a huge chance down the wide outside. This is the second last. Pull Again Green had the lead. It's Neon Moon, though, who's building up ahead of steam towards the near side, and it's now Neon Moon and Pull Again Green. Then there's about 3 lengths back to Man of the People. Over the final fence, Jack Tudor and Neon Moon on the inside rail. Pull Again Green and Liam Harrison, a half furlong to go. Neon Moon on the far side, Pull Again Green, but pulling out more, it is Neon Moon in the Native River Handicap Chase, wins in the Brocade Racing colours. It is Neon Moon who beats Pull Again Green, Man of the People, and then Ballygriffin Cottage.
And Wild and Dandy's another one who's got a good record at the track at an inside draw. He'll come from the back of the field for Ivan Furtado and Joey Haynes. Here we go. Anthony Ennis to call him home.
And we're ready, and they're off. A little bit awkward leaving the stalls was Big Nasty. Drops to the back of the field early on for this, the Betfair Racing Podcast's handicap stakes over 7 furlongs. Up there early is Namorum. Twitch is in second place. The favourite, New Bow, is wider out in third. Wild and Dandy's got a nice sit in about 4th place in the red and black silks. Further back at this stage to find Alexander James against the fence in the pink and black. Big Nasty being brought wide now to try and get a bit closer. Drafted is buried away in the white with a black triple diamond. Black jacket of Dumfries is next with the checks on the sleeves. Back on the inside, Arlo Sunshine with a noseband, the red cap as they pass the 4. Glenesk in the light grey and black is towards the tail of the field as they head towards the final 3 furlongs. Around the home turn they go. And up front towards the inside, it's Namorum, who leads here by about a half length. To in second place, that's New Bow. Racing in third in the blinkers, that's Twitch, the yellow and blue. 4th place, ridden along now, is Wild and Dandy. Then Alexander James on the move on the inside of Drafted, who's ridden along. Dumfries is next, and then comes Arlo Sunshine. They turn for home. Twitch has come off the rails now to try and get closer to both New Bow and Namorum. Down the outside, keeping on well, is Wild and Dandy. A furlong to go. Twitch is one off the rails, but down the outside, Wild and Dandy is going home strongly with the red cap for Joey Haynes. Wild and Dandy in front now to New Bow and Twitch. They go close home. It's Wild and Dandy in front near the line. Wild and Dandy wins to New Bow second. Dumfries was third, and 4th is close, either Drafted or Twitch.
Wild and Dandy has enhanced a good track record to land this under Joey Haynes, coming from a fair way back to get himself back into the winner's enclosure. Every chance for Twitch, I think. They went a decent enough gallop, but this horse, Wild and Dandy, does really like it around here, and maybe had a couple of excuses on recent starts, as we mentioned beforehand, and he's won that going away, and does seem like a horse that is very well suited to this venue. Wild and Dandy for Ivan Furtado and Joey Haynes takes race 2.
forward. Can Alpha Kalenic make it 7 on the bounce? Here's Barty for the last.
They race away over 6 furlongs. Alpha Kalenic from one, a little slower than the others away. Rage of Bambi is out very quickly. Light Blue have Got to Love a Grey is up there as well, to the yellow of a Marine Wave. Last year's winner, Funny Story, right in behind him, going through into third place as they all come towards the grandstand side running rail. Embrace in dark blue and pink in the centre. Off to the left in red is Copple Hall Lane. Alpha Kalenic's behind her. Dark blue jacket then is Pink Crystal. Further back, Green Sleeves on the right. Tiger Bay towards the running rail. And then comes Katie Content in the dark blue and white quarters. Ahead of Born to Rock in light blue and maroon. Pink Crystal, dark blue is just about the back marker. Past halfway already. And Rage of Bambi taken on by Funny Story. In behind these is the yellow jacket of Marine Wave and being followed through by Copple Hall Lane ridden along. Alpha Kalenic on the extreme left. Got to Love a Grey and the light blue is still there with a chance. And Rage of Bambi and Funny Story are still together at the furlong pole by a length to Marine Wave in the yellow. Got to Love a Grey behind those. Running on in the closing stages then is Tiger Bay, but it's still Rage of Bambi from Marine Wave in the yellow. Between the pair is last year's winner Funny Story. It's a very tight thing between that trio. Then came Got to Love a Grey and Alpha Kalenic.
A thrilling way to round off this Dubai Future Champions Festival. It is desperately tight. Rage of in the hot to trot colours, Eve Johnson Horton, Charlie Bishop, and she holds on. In second place, Marine Wave. In third is Funny Story. Fourth, the pale blue, Gotta Love a Grey, and Alpha Kalenic fluffed the start, was trapped deep on the track and was never nearer than at the finish in fifth. But Rage of Bambi herself has been a terrific servant to these connections, and in she goes again, clinging on as you predicted she might.
Yeah, it was a very straightforward effort from her, helped by Alpha Kalenic missing the break, unusually for her, but stall one didn't help, the slow start didn't help, and Rage of Bambi, by contrast, very sharply away and ridden from the front today. She doesn't usually front run, but Charlie Bishop just let her roll, and she handled the track really well. She set a good gallop, but she's had to be tough late on. Funny Story, last year's winner, and Marine Wave, who she'd finished behind at Ponty earlier on in the season. They're coming at her late, but you'll see how she breaks out the stalls. And look at Alpha Kalenic, stall one, went a little bit out to her right. She was awkwardly into her stride and never got a position and never got into a rhythm, unlike Rage of Bambi, who we can see here going along very enthusiastically in the front and grabs the rail.
Syndicate owned. I was lucky enough to spend a bit of time with one of the members of this syndicate earlier in the year, Daphne Scott Harden, who's a tremendous supporter of the sport and has been for years, and she got enormous pleasure out of this filly when she won earlier in the season. And I hope you're watching Daphs this afternoon, and she's given you a terrific run today. She's very game.
Yeah, she is. She's always been a high-class filly. She just wobbled a little bit early season this year. She was last of 13 at Bath, and she just wasn't herself. And last season ended in a little bit of a whimper as well. But she's really got back on point in the last couple of months. That big handicap win at York, the second enlisted last time, and now a win at this level. But she's always been high-class. She started her career really positively. As I said beforehand, she was
They're off. They race away for the Falcons Events and Catering Handicap Steeplechase. They have a mile and 7.5 furlongs to cover and 12 fences to negotiate. Valley View Tommy is the first one to begin. They've all sailed over fence number 1 OK. Valley View Tommy prominent then as they take the turn, going a decent pace as they head up the hill for the first time. Manella Youngie is also taking a prominent sit in the black and white striped jacket, and they're followed through by Valence Domont in the red and white colours, and then Okavango Delta in the blue and black. Plenty of pace on here then as they travel to fence number 2. And all streaming over that okay. There's probably 25 lengths first to last already as Manella Youngie in the black and white stripe shows the way by about 3 parts of a length to Valley View Tommy in the pink and green racing second. A gap of 3 or 4 to Valence Domont in red and white as they take the water. Then Okavango Delta followed by Kicks After 6, and behind that one races Edmund Dante with Going Mobile. Caldwell towards the back of the field with Kingston Rock, and Uncle Mac is detached at the rear of the field as they sail over another plain fence. That's fence number 4. Now they press on towards an open ditch. Fence number 5 upcoming. Manella Youngie towards the far side of Valley View Tommy. Not much to choose between them as they rose and landed. A gap of 3 to 4 lengths to Valence Domont, who's next in the field, and then a gap of 5 to Okavango Delta, who's back in 4th position as the leaders go on towards fence number 6. Valley View Tommy and Ryan Magno with a narrow lead to Manella Youngie and Danny McMenamin towards the inside. Valence Domont is next in the field as they negotiate that fence. One of the grey horses, Edmund Dante, making up a little bit of ground deeper out on the track. The one who's struggling towards the back is Uncle Mac. So swinging left-handed at the foot of the hill and taking the climb towards the far side of the track. Manella Youngie towards the inside. Valley View Tommy a little bit deeper. Valence Domont in 3rd, followed through by Okavango Delta and then Edmund Dante. As centre pack behind those is Caldwell towards the inside in a white jacket with a purple cap, Going Mobile to the outside of that one in purple and pink. And then the other grey towards the back, Kingston Rock. Also still well back in the field is Uncle Mac as they continue their journey down towards the next fence, which is plain. And all sailing safely over that one. Valley View Tommy is still on the front end here by about a half length to Manella Youngie racing in 2nd. Valence Domont sticking towards the inside. Edmund Dante a little bit deeper. Okavango Delta is still centre field, followed through by Caldwell and Going Mobile, and then Kicks After 6 in the spotted jacket is followed through by Kingston Rock and Uncle Mac still at the back of the field. They've just taken fence number 9 and they're right opposite the grandstands now on the far side of the track. And still nothing to choose between Valley View Tommy and Manella Youngie towards the near side. Okavango Delta behind those with Valence Domont. Then Edmund Dante a little bit deeper out. Kicks After 6, Caldwell and Going Mobile just behind those, followed by Kingston Rock as they continue down towards the next fence on the far side, which is the ditch. 3 out, and Manella Youngie flew it. Manella Youngie landed by 3 lengths. Okavango Delta's taking 2nd. Behind that, Valence Domont, then the improving Caldwell out wide in the white with a purple cap. That little group is followed by Kicks After 6, who's trying to stay on up the hill, then Going Mobile, and that's followed by the weakening Edmund Dante. They're on the rise towards the home stretch. Vango Delta from Manella Youngie, but Caldwell is going 3 deep and going well. As they come down towards the final fence, Caldwell lays down the challenge to Okavango Delta. Manella Youngie can't seem to find any more in 3rd. Kicks After 6 is staying on. Big leap by Caldwell, but he landed steep and has given Okavango Delta a chance on the far side. Manella Youngie trying to come back for more, and behind those Kicks After 6 trying to stay on, but Caldwell gathered together, driven to the front by Sean Quinlan, is starting to open up on the run towards the line. Caldwell punched right out, is going to land the spoils here. Kicks After 6 is running through for 2nd, going to be tight behind for 3rd. Manella Youngie towards the near side and Okavango Delta over on the far side.
Emporio and Errol's. More to the centre is I'm Superman and Randy makes ground. Then Ramiro and Karshimon face the puck out further over is Bid for Chester. No More Porter and Rami is next. Panned across the track with just over a furlong to go. And right in the centre of them, it's a Randy who goes on. A Randy leads with Rami coming from last over on the far side, followed then by Bid for Chester. And whoosh, and away goes Rami from last to first. Rami and Danny Sheehy from a Randy. Bid for Chester, Bellafina.
Rami looked like he jumped in here today. Gets well-deserved success after some really good efforts in defeat, running consistently well in top handicaps today. Danny Sheehy intent on riding him cold, and he tracked Randy the eventual second all the way throughout. Cracking effort by Randy. He broke well out of gates today. The pace was not stronger. Fanned across track at this point in time. Shane Foley must have thought, having got Randy out of gates, got him prominent, that once he committed to go to the front, he would be hard to beat. And he may well have been on most days, but he met an informed horse in this horse to ride a shot. Rami, yellow and blue colours, full of running at this point in time. His rider, ride him cold, and he's full of horse. Danny Sheehy just says go, and he'd pick up is instantaneous. Goes away to win by an opening up 3 lengths of the line. Really good effort by a filly that looked really dangerous at one point of the race. Bellafina to left a shot as well. She's run a really good race, keeping on towards the stand side as well. But the winner in a class of his own today, and I didn't think the race was going to play out to suit him given the pace in which they looked to go. But they're well off the bride at this point of the race, and once he got passing a horse, he's kept on really strongly. Rami, eye-catching progress to ride a shot. Lot to like about that effort. It's a well-deserved win for this horse. He's been so consistent, a little bit unlucky on a couple of occasions as well, and he keeps on strongly to beat Randy. Bid for Chester, really good effort by him. I thought he may well be a pace. Angle Connections did the right thing at this trip today, holding him up, and he finishes off well to dispute the minor place. He gets third, and back and forth was number 6, Bellafina. 5th, number 4, No More Porter.
As Two Brothers in the Dark Silks takes a while to work over from out wide, and it's A Up the Boss in the green and yellow who leads them at a fairly steady pace through the first furlong to Two Brothers wide, and wider still terrorising the orange. The nose banded Paul Roger is up with the leaders. They're tracked by Cockalorum in the white and green, and then the grey Yorkshire Lady with Financer in a raw blue jacket in midfield against the running row. Titanium, another of the greys, the dark sleeves and cap also back in midfield with the owner mates, Glistening Knights, the yellow cap, and Mystical Maria spot the white cap out widest of all.
Austrian Theory in a pink jacket is held up just ahead of King's Scholar. Surrey Fire, last but one, the stars on the sleeves and cap, and Harter Dudery just last of a well-grouped field as they move into the turn at a fairly leisurely 33 miles an hour. And it's it's the boss who leads them to halfway. Over Two Brothers, Cockalorum Terrorise circling the field. Paul Roger in the noseband and Finance of the Royal Blue, the next two into the straight from Yorkshire Lady and Glistening Knights, and King's Scholar, who's one from the right. Further back then to Mystical Maria, who's being ridden along towards the rear, passed by Titanium. Surrey Fire is under pressure, passed by Austrian Theory, who's just in behind the nosebanded grey Yorkshire Lady. Harter Dudery is still towards the back end of the field. They're inside the final 3 furlongs. Up it's the boss, attacked on the left by Two Brothers Black Jacket. Financer on the right in the Royal Blue is moving through. These 3 have kicked 3 lengths clear. Extreme left Titanium is staying on from the rear. Then Yorkshire Lady and Austrian Theory. They've got a furlong and a half to go. Financer under the rail. Up it's the boss. The yellow cap though is game. Two Brothers is right alongside, and Two Brothers now goes on. Inside the furlong they come. Two Brothers and Billy Garrity in front. Stablemate Yorkshire Lady, the grey, is one who's finishing from behind. It's going to be an Easterby 1-2. Two Brothers, Yorkshire Lady is still closing. Two Brothers under Billy Garrity, inches out Yorkshire Lady. They're clear in the end of Up It's the Boss, Austrian Theory, and a bunch in behind those.
What a way to finish the season. A double from Michael and David Eastby with the first 2 home. Two Brothers wins, beats Yorkshire Lady in second. Watching the race with us was one of them trainers, Michael Eastby, 25-1. Well done.
Marvellous, isn't it? Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. I thought the filling on the beat him, but there you are, he's won.
And look how far clear of the rest. What a performance.
Love soft ground.
Yeah.
Some of us love soft ground. Thinks the weather soft ground. Thank you.
Well done. You go greet the winner. I'll give you a pull up there. 1, 2, 3. We're up. We're watching the back. Mark Howard alongside as well. You won't analyse it as well as that man. I wouldn't have thought you would have trained him as well either.
Definitely not. No, it was a terrific result for Mick, wasn't it? And again, a really good weight carrying performance. 10 stone 2 in heavy ground as well. Positive ride by Billy Garrity. Billy's had a terrific day, hasn't he? With Stripe Red as well, and he really got the best out of Two Brothers. Strong run down the outside to get the better of Up It's Boss.
coming out onto the track. The flag is raised. Max Gina just turning about half a furlong down the track, but walking forward now. Going to be led in by Holokia and Keelstrand. And they're off. This is the Unibet Open now. And Keelstrand, the first two into stride, with Hello Cello to the inner, racing in third, and then Kukio in fourth position. The favourite, Money Garrow, pink with the blue star on the cap, is in fifth in the early stages. Harry Jr. is in sixth, followed by the grey, I Lost a Sock, who races to the inside. Then a length and a half back to Bosco, and unhurried at the back of the field is Joining Force as they race downhill into the stable turn. James Bowen and Holokia, the Worcester winner, have the lead as they go into the turn, with Keelstrand for company around the outside. And now into the turn, there's little between the leading duo. Hello Cello is racing 2 lengths off them in third position. Then quite wide is Kukio. Between horses is Money Garrow, who's racing quite keenly in the early stages. A further length and a half back to I Lost a Sock, who races on the inside of Harry Jr. And still the last two as they begin to make the turn to go down the back straight. The back marker is Joining Force, and last but one is Bosco. So down the back straight they go, and now they're about to enter the final mile and a half. Holokia now being taken on and passed by Keelstrand. Keelstrand and Harry Cobden now establish the lead. Towards the inside, Holokia now in a dispute of second with Kukio on that one's outside. Money Garrow racing in fourth. Shuffle back to fifth, Hello Cello, as they continue their journey down the back, and they're racing now on towards the final mile and a quarter. Next, the yellow sleeves of Harry Jr., who races in advance of I Lost a Sock. Bosco still towards the rear of the field, and Joining Force is still held up at the back of the field by Jonathan Burke. Very shortly, they'll begin to make the descent down towards the far turn as they go on now towards the final mile. Keelstrand has the lead. To the inside, Holokia, and towards the outside, Kukio. Those are still the first three. Between those two, Holokia and Kukio, is the fourth placed Money Garrow. And then the hoops on the inside of Hello Cello. Next is Harry Jr. Just been bumped along now, a couple of lengths away. I Lost a Sock, the first one to come off the bit and be ridden along, is now making a move for the very first time. Joining Force creeps a little closer around the outside of Bosco as they go into that far turn. And it is Keelstrand by only a head now to Holokia on the inside in second, Kukio in third, Money Garrow in fourth, Hello Cello in a very close fifth, followed by Harry Jr. Then towards the inside, I Lost a Sock, Bosco, and it's going to be a 4-wide trip for Joining Force, who tries to make ground, but around the wide outside of the field as they make the turn back towards home, and racing now down towards the final 4 furlongs. So a half mile to go in the finale. They now begin to quicken up, travelling really well towards the near side is Kukio. Kukio in the dark blue and pink colours, bidding for 3 wins on the day, John O'Neill Jr., and he now goes into the lead on Kukio. Kukio in front now, giving chase is Money Garrow, who has now moved into second. Keelstrand over on the far side, Holokia and Hello Cello, then Harry Jr. and Joining Force. Now they've got 2.5 furlongs to go, and Money Garrow comes alongside Kukio. Those are now the first two. Hello Cello down now into the dip. They've got a furlong and a half to go. Money Garrow has gone on, goes clear by a couple of lengths, a flash to the tail, but now he's clear by 3 over Kukio in second place, and now begins to open up. Money Garrow going clear, racing up towards the line, and it is Money Garrow. Money Garrow wins the bumper in second. Kukio, who will be very tight for third between Joining Force and Hello Cello.
Anthony, yeah, so about to start loading for race 3. Dutch Decoy, who George has just been making the case for, is a class angle in the field. He's, as George pointed out, got plenty of form in some real top-end handicaps this season, and he's back down to a fair enough mark. He's a few pounds lower than when he was second at Goodwood, and that kind of form would be giving him a real chance. So he's an interesting enough runner despite that wide draw. There's a little bit of money as well for Berkshire Nugget, for Andrew Balding and Jason Watson. They're teamed up for success at Kempton last night, and Berkshire Nugget is another one that has got a bit of a trappy draw really in stall 11. That could be the issue for him, but he won in the first time cheap pieces at Brighton by a wide margin, and then Chester last time out was heavy ground, so you wouldn't necessarily want to judge him on that. The vet just checking over Dutch Decoy at the minute, so we'll hopefully see him go forward soon, but if all's not well, then he'll be taken out. So the vet just checking over Dutch Decoy at the moment. As I say, Berkshire Nugget is being backed a little bit. My Margie has also been backed here on the back of a break, 44 days off, and did win following wind surgery on the back of a break. Back-to-back races earlier on in the year. Both those wins coming on the all-weather and back onto an all-weather surface for the first time since. Handles the turf. We saw that at Ascot in the early part of the turf season. It was early May when finishing 4th off a good bit higher mark, £6 lower now than when finishing behind Bellarchi. So I think that kind of form would be giving her a chance, and she has been quite strong in the market. Barak is obviously on the up. He's chasing the hat-trick following a couple of wins at Sutherland, Newcastle. He's got £4 extra this time around. I thought Red Hat Eagle might be the play in the race for William Knight and Brandon Wilkie. I thought he ran pretty well last time out. Not the best away that day. He's not always as far back as that, and I'm hoping that he won't be here, but he was a little bit slow away and he never really got into the race. Him and Austrian Theory were really the only two to come from a good way back and get involved. Austrian Theory has twice run well in defeat at Hamilton and then at York this afternoon in a couple of starts since, and I think Red Hat Eagle was worth marking up that day. He's got some form in decent races. Brandon Wilkie rode in when he was 4th at Haydock a couple of starts ago off £2 higher. He's back aboard today, and he's got the odd bit of solid form that I thought gave him a bit of a chance. It's quite a competitive race, this. The likes of King of Charm, who's a big price, but has a chance if bringing his best form to the table, which has been the case more often than not recently. Last one, I think, is going in. Let's get back to Anthony Ennis.
Cheers, Chris. Set to go now. Eagle Day has completed the line and they're off. Jumped away for the betting.betfair.com handicap stakes. Slow to go was Charming Whisper as they race away over the mile. One of the first to show is Berkshire Nugget, red and white colours. Barak is handy as well. One of the market principals on the inside in the white colours. Also Eagle Day, who can be keen, is up there as well in the yellow and purple. Wider out is the Hun in the yellow and grey. Hosanna Powers against the rails, the blue and white colours from My Margie in red and yellow. And then behind those, the pale blue of King of Charm is racing up without cover and going enthusiastically on the outside. Just off the pace, Dutch Decoys in the mauve and black. Against the rails is the previous course and distance winner, Red Hat Eagle, who's racing in the white and orange on the sleeves. Then He's a Gentleman buried away towards the inside. The slow starter Charming Whisper is towards the back of the field as the runners make their way past the 4. Barak on the inside narrowly in the hands of Luke Morris, but about a head or a neck to the Hun racing in second place. In third is Hosanna Power on the inside of Eagle Day, who's now back in 4th, ahead of My Margie, who's racing in 5th, and then Great Blasket in the orange silks. Skeptic ridden along on the inside. Red Hat Eagle just having to find a way around Skeptic there. He's got a bit to do. He's followed by King of Charm. A bit to do also for He's a Gentleman at the back. Inside the 2, Luke Morris has gone for home on Barak. Hosanna Power, though, is giving chase in the blue and white. Horse with the white face. My Margie every chance in 3rd. Then Great Blasket at Eagle Day. Barak the one to catch, though. Running on now is Red Hat Eagle towards the inside, making ground the red cap. My Margie down the outside, picking up 2 for Finley Marsh. Barak's under siege here. Here's My Margie down the outside, running on best to win. My Margie beat Barak. Red Hat Eagle for 3rd, and 4th was Charming Whisper.
Back to the all-weather and back from a 44-day break. My Margie comes back to winning form for Finley Marsh and Richard Hughes. Well backed as well. Barrack has run well in second. The winning sequence coming to an end from the front, picked off inside the final furlong by the wide run of My Margie. And having travelled into it really kindly, Red Hat Eagle got a nice split as they came into the straight up the inside and could never quite get there. Had every chance to go on and win, but it's another solid effort on his part. But My Margie eventually returned 4-1, very, very strong in the market, has justified that support, and it looks like a solid enough bit of form, really, when you consider that it's the front three in the market that have come to the fore. They all had a solid form chance on this type of surface, and the front three are nicely on top of the remainder. Good run from Charming Whisper, who's towards the inside, finishing in fourth. Hosanna Power, step back in the right direction, is in fifth. But your winner is the well-backed My Margie.
Than Forlong, horse with some white about the face, racing in third position. That's racing just in advance of Farmer Jimmy, and then Gorvanek, who's next in the field as they head up past us. Lizzie Luna sits back in the field. That one's followed through towards the back by Royal Romance, who's lost a few places. 30 Bob is still well towards the rear of the field. So too is Walk On Sun. And those two would be 10 to 12 off the pace, which continues to be set by Admiral Stewart as they race away from us down the straight towards the foot of the hill. Admiral Stewart in front then towards the far side. Lost Frequencies continues to race close up in second. Kelvin Forlong tucked in third place from Farmer Jimmy, who's got a share of fourth with Gorvanek in the green jacket, followed by the yellow sleeve jacket of Lizzie Luna as they reach the foot of the hill. They're about to turn left-handed to take the climb towards the far side of the track, and it continues to be Admiral Stewart who shows the way as they disappear into the evening sunshine. A length and a half back to Lost Frequencies racing in second. Kelvin Forlong third. Gorvanek continues to race behind the pace in fourth, followed by Farmer Jimmy. And then behind those, Lizzie Luna. Out wide, the cross-belted jacket of Walk On Sun is next in the field. And then Royal Romance, who continues to slip back through the field. And it's hard work for the grey horse 30 Bob in the rear of the field. Probably 15 lengths first to last now as Admiral Stewart takes the turn into the backstretch for the final time. Admiral Stewart in front by a length and a half then. Two in second position, Lost Frequencies. And they continue to be tracked by Kelvin Forlong, who races back in third position. Gorvanek towards the outside of that one, continues to race close up behind the pace with Farmer Jimmy, who hasn't left the inside rail just behind the leaders. And then behind those, Lizzie Luna with the yellow sleeves is making up a little bit of ground, the quarter jacket, followed through by Walk On Sun. Royal Romance still well back, so too is 30 Bob. So on the descent over on the far side of the track, they're right opposite the grandstands now, and there's no change on the front end. It's still Admiral Stewart pressing on in front by 3 parts of a length to Lost Frequencies, racing in second place. Farmer Jimmy on the move towards the inside of Kelvin Forlong, and Lizzie Luna's also on the move behind them with Gorvanek, who's next in the field. One who's trying to pick up from the back but finding it hard is Walk On Sun, followed through by Royal Romance and 30 Bob. So two have gone clear here. Lost Frequencies and Admiral Stewart have gone the best part of 8 to 10 lengths clear as they race towards the end of the backstretch, are about to swing the turn to make their way back towards us. And out wide, Lost Frequencies has gone on by a half length to Admiral Stewart, who's trying to respond in second and sticking to the near side rail. They're clear of Kelvin Forlong, followed by Gorvanek and then Lizzie Luna. Up the hill they come, then about to take the turn towards the home straight inside the final couple of furlongs now, and Lost Frequencies is travelling powerfully here for Sam Coulthard. Lost Frequencies has opened up by the best part of 5 or 6 lengths. Back in second is Admiral Stewart. Kelvin Forlong kept going behind those, but down the straight they come, and Lost Frequencies is going further clear inside the final furlong. Lost Frequencies by the best part of 7 or 8. Admiral Stewart is trying hard in second place, then Kelvin Forlong, but inside the final half, Lost Frequencies is away and gone, and will go on to land the spoils for Stewart and Sam Coulthard. Lost Frequencies wins the finale. Back in second is Admiral Stewart. Third goes to Kelvin Forlong, and fourth place goes to the grey horse 30 Bob, who stayed on well.
But there, the winning rider in shot, Gavin Ryan, he kicked off today with a good success in Galveston, of course, for trainer Ed O'Brien. He rode a second winner on Uncanny in the second race of the day for trainer Donnacha O'Brien, his boss, of course. And he runs off what has been a really good day for him personally here, at least. Anthony, Whisper in the Wind gets a nice success here today. Keep it on strongly to deny the maiden, Finskill Lewis, who's still struggling to get that win on the board. Dado are long way clear of the
In third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between HK Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and George Adobe on the inside. And Kaya's in pretty good form at the moment, and he's winning this battle, but she's coming back. Is Georgia on Bold Suitor. HK Lales and Bold Suitor as they come towards the line. Oh, I reckon maybe Bold Suitor.
The rails run as they make their way inside the final furlong and a half. Nazalan and Arika joined by the inside of Calanthe. Here's Dembe from nowhere. Dembe to the outside is storming home. Has moved into the lead now from the far side of Calanthe. Then came Green Power, and Dembe's come last to first here. Dembe won it under Paddy Bradley. Dembe the winner from home in second, Calanthe.
Half, and it's the blue colours of Sovereign who has the lead. Al-Jadil up on the outside. It's Valadero who's coming with a good run. On the inside, we've got Absolutely Buzzing, and Absolutely Buzzing comes through the challenge. Absolutely Buzzing now takes it up under Laura Pearson, and Absolutely Buzzing is going to win it. Absolutely Buzzing wins it in second.
In third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between HK Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and George Adobe on the inside. And Kaya's in pretty good form at the moment, and he's winning this battle, but she's coming back. Is Georgia on Bold Suitor. HK Lales and Bold Suitor as they come towards the line. Oh, I reckon maybe Bold Suitor.
The rails run as they make their way inside the final furlong and a half. Nazalan and Arika joined by the inside of Calanthe. Here's Dembe from nowhere. Dembe to the outside is storming home. Has moved into the lead now from the far side of Calanthe. Then came Green Power, and Dembe's come last to first here. Dembe won it under Paddy Bradley. Dembe the winner from home in second, Calanthe.
Half, and it's the blue colours of Sovereign who has the lead. Al-Jadil up on the outside. It's Valadero who's coming with a good run. On the inside, we've got Absolutely Buzzing, and Absolutely Buzzing comes through the challenge. Absolutely Buzzing now takes it up under Laura Pearson, and Absolutely Buzzing is going to win it. Absolutely Buzzing wins it in second.
In third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between HK Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and George Adobe on the inside. And Kaya's in pretty good form at the moment, and he's winning this battle, but she's coming back. Is Georgia on Bold Suitor. HK Lales and Bold Suitor as they come towards the line. Oh, I reckon maybe Bold Suitor.
The rails run as they make their way inside the final furlong and a half. Nazalan and Arika joined by the inside of Calanthe. Here's Dembe from nowhere. Dembe to the outside is storming home. Has moved into the lead now from the far side of Calanthe. Then came Green Power, and Dembe's come last to first here. Dembe won it under Paddy Bradley. Dembe the winner from home in second, Calanthe.
Half, and it's the blue colours of Sovereign who has the lead. Al-Jadil up on the outside. It's Valadero who's coming with a good run. On the inside, we've got Absolutely Buzzing, and Absolutely Buzzing comes through the challenge. Absolutely Buzzing now takes it up under Laura Pearson, and Absolutely Buzzing is going to win it. Absolutely Buzzing wins it in second.
In third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between HK Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and George Adobe on the inside. And Kaya's in pretty good form at the moment, and he's winning this battle, but she's coming back. Is Georgia on Bold Suitor. HK Lales and Bold Suitor as they come towards the line. Oh, I reckon maybe Bold Suitor.
The rails run as they make their way inside the final furlong and a half. Nazalan and Arika joined by the inside of Calanthe. Here's Dembe from nowhere. Dembe to the outside is storming home. Has moved into the lead now from the far side of Calanthe. Then came Green Power, and Dembe's come last to first here. Dembe won it under Paddy Bradley. Dembe the winner from home in second, Calanthe.
Half, and it's the blue colours of Sovereign who has the lead. Al-Jadil up on the outside. It's Valadero who's coming with a good run. On the inside, we've got Absolutely Buzzing, and Absolutely Buzzing comes through the challenge. Absolutely Buzzing now takes it up under Laura Pearson, and Absolutely Buzzing is going to win it. Absolutely Buzzing wins it in second.
In third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between HK Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and George Adobe on the inside. And Kaya's in pretty good form at the moment, and he's winning this battle, but she's coming back is Georgia on Bold Suitor. HK Lales and Bold Suitor as they come towards the line. Oh, I reckon maybe Bold Suitor.
The rails run as they make their way inside the final furlong and a half. Nazalan and Arika joined by the inside of Calanthe. Here's Dembe from nowhere. Dembe to the outside is storming home. Has moved into the lead now from the far side of Calanthe. Then came Green Power, and Dembe's come last to first here. Dembe won it under Paddy Bradley. Dembe the winner from home in second, Calanthe.
Half, and it's the blue colours of Sovereign who has the lead. Al-Jadil up on the outside. It's Valadero who's coming with a good run. On the inside, we've got Absolutely Buzzing, and Absolutely Buzzing comes through the challenge. Absolutely Buzzing now takes it up under Laura Pearson, and Absolutely Buzzing is going to win it. Absolutely Buzzing wins it in second.
In third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between HK Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and George Adobe on the inside. And Kaya's in pretty good form at the moment, and he's winning this battle, but she's coming back is Georgia on Bold Suitor. HK Lales and Bold Suitor as they come towards the line. Oh, I reckon maybe Bold Suitor.
The rails run as they make their way inside the final furlong and a half. Nazalan and Arika joined by the inside of Calanthe. Here's Dembe from nowhere. Dembe to the outside is storming home. Has moved into the lead now from the far side of Calanthe. Then came Green Power, and Dembe's come last to first here. Dembe won it under Paddy Bradley. Dembe the winner from home in second, Calanthe.
Half, and it's the blue colours of Sovereign who has the lead. Al-Jadil up on the outside. It's Valadero who's coming with a good run. On the inside, we've got Absolutely Buzzing, and Absolutely Buzzing comes through the challenge. Absolutely Buzzing now takes it up under Laura Pearson, and Absolutely Buzzing is going to win it. Absolutely Buzzing wins it in second.
In third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between HK Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and George Adobe on the inside. And Kaya's in pretty good form at the moment, and he's winning this battle, but she's coming back is Georgia on Bold Suitor. HK Lales and Bold Suitor as they come towards the line. Oh, I reckon maybe Bold Suitor.
The rails run as they make their way inside the final furlong and a half. Nazalan and Arika joined by the inside of Calanthe. Here's Dembe from nowhere. Dembe to the outside is storming home. Has moved into the lead now from the far side of Calanthe. Then came Green Power, and Dembe's come last to first here. Dembe won it under Paddy Bradley. Dembe the winner from home in second, Calanthe.
Half, and it's the blue colours of Sovereign who has the lead. Al-Jadil up on the outside. It's Valadero who's coming with a good run. On the inside, we've got Absolutely Buzzing, and Absolutely Buzzing comes through the challenge. Absolutely Buzzing now takes it up under Laura Pearson, and Absolutely Buzzing is going to win it. Absolutely Buzzing wins it in second.
In third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between HK Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and George Adobe on the inside. And Kaya's in pretty good form at the moment, and he's winning this battle, but she's coming back is Georgia on Bold Suitor. HK Lales and Bold Suitor as they come towards the line. Oh, I reckon maybe Bold Suitor.
The rails run as they make their way inside the final furlong and a half. Nazalan and Arika joined by the inside of Calanthe. Here's Dembe from nowhere. Dembe to the outside is storming home. Has moved into the lead now from the far side of Calanthe. Then came Green Power, and Dembe's come last to first here. Dembe won it under Paddy Bradley. Dembe the winner from home in second, Calanthe.
Half, and it's the blue colours of Sovereign who has the lead. Al-Jadil up on the outside. It's Valadero who's coming with a good run. On the inside, we've got Absolutely Buzzing, and Absolutely Buzzing comes through the challenge. Absolutely Buzzing now takes it up under Laura Pearson, and Absolutely Buzzing is going to win it. Absolutely Buzzing wins it in second.
in third, but almost going up and down on the spot. The battle up front then between H.K. Lales and Kaya Fraser on the near side, and Bold Suitor and Georgia.
Hello there, welcome back to the Once a Week Kitchen. Today I'm doing something not vegetarian for a change. It's a recipe I've been cooking for a long number of years in my house, and it's stuffed jacket potatoes with corned beef. Right, stuffed jacket potatoes with corned beef, and that's what I'm making today. I've got 4 medium-sized potatoes. I've given them a good scrub, I've taken all the black bits off and I've pierced them all over to prevent them bursting in the oven. I've got 3 ounces of grated mature cheddar cheese, a tin of corned beef, which is 200 grams. It says lean corned beef, so I'm hoping it is. A tablespoonful of chopped parsley, and a tablespoonful of brown sauce. So the first thing I'm going to do is put the potatoes in the oven. I've got the oven set at 200. It's a fan oven, so it's quite hot. And I'm going to bake these potatoes for about an hour. I shall keep turning them over from time to time so that they cook evenly. So I've taken the corned beef out of the can. There is some fat around the edges that's you always find this in corned beef, so I'm just going to cut as much as that off as I can. It's so obviously just pure fat. So we'll get rid of that. The cat can have that. I'm just going to cut this into small cubes.
I want to cook this in advance to allow it to cool off. I'll be sure. And so cooking, I'm going to do your and scoop out.
These are my corned beef hash potato skins. I prick the potato skins with a fork and then I put in the microwave for 6 minutes, turning once. Cut in half and I scoop out the middles. Put it in the air fryer and cook for 10 minutes on 180 degrees until they crisp up. I've got 400 grams of mashed potato. I give a generous helping of butter, 1 onion that I finely chopped and caramelized, plenty of white pepper, and give it a good mix. I'm using 2/3 of a tin of corned beef and I cut into cubes, and then I add that to the mashed potato. Blend it all in and then give it a good mash. I place a piece of cheese in each potato skin and then cover with our mixture. Once I've done this, I put them in the air fryer at 180 degrees for 15 minutes. And this is the finished result. And they taste delicious.
head in front here at the expense of the well-backed Chief Mankato, who has just failed to get up in second. Definitely third is Tan Rapido. Encouraging return from that horse following some time off, and he's completely unexposed, so you would think that he could build on this into the all-weather season. He got a nice shot at things as they spun off the rail. Here we go with confirmation. Regal Envoy confirmed as the winner of this latest handicap at Chelmsford, and he just hangs on from Chief Mankato. I don't have an overly strong view, to be honest. I think he's going to have to take another step forward for all that he beat a next time out winner, Nemov, and he did it well enough. He's going to have to improve, you would think, after a £9 rise, but it was a fairly easy and comprehensive success on that most recent start. I don't think it's a bad little race. American Bay, who's the second favourite, he had some solid enough form earlier on in the campaign, and yeah, he wasn't managing to get his head in front, but they dropped him back to sprinting. I think as much as anything, just because it was a weak enough race up at Redcar, and he justified long odds on favouritism to win that day. I'm intrigued to see how he gets on back into a handicap. He has a good bit of pace. Bowman at a really big price. I wouldn't be ruling him out necessarily. He's been running pretty well for much of the campaign, and he was beaten in a Wolverhampton Claimer last time out, but he was beaten by B Associates, who on the back of that went into a handicap offer mark of 71 and was only just beaten at Chester, and he'd been in decent enough form prior to it. When you think that Bowman was giving B Associates £6 that day, and how well he ran in a handicap off the same mark as Bowman runs off here, then you can kind of make the argument that he might not be overly harshly treated, and £7 is off his back, and he's the complete outsider of the lot. Ballon d'Or, he ran okay at Chester last time out. He's got the inside draw, and he might just get a nice toe into the race as well, because there's a couple of them that could stride on, and maybe he'll just get that sit round the inside, shortest way, a little bit of cover. but you usually manage to get a little bit of luck when they turn into the straight and everyone kind of peels off for a run. So if he's good enough, you would hope that it might open up for Ballon d'Or, who's pretty consistent. He seems to run his race plenty. I think the doubt with him is whether he's well enough handicapped, really. Maybe the assessor has him pegged about right for the time being, and as such, there might just be something a little bit better treated. George mentioned that you can make the argument for invincible speed, which he did. I'd agree that that run last time out might just have sharpened him up and knocked the edge off him a little bit, and he's another one that should get a handy enough pitch. I think he's probably going to take a lead off something. He normally does, but he could be in a fairly nice spot as well. So it's not a bad little race. Nemov, the favourite, definitely looks the horse to beat after that tidy win last time out. He's only had 3 goes in handicaps, and he looked a natural on the all-weather with the way that he went through that race at Kempton last time. He's got a nice draw in stall 2 under Richard Kingscote, who was dominant on the all-weather a couple of seasons back through the winter months, racking up an awful lot of winners when he took that all-weather Jockeys Championship. Jimmy Speaking is going forward. Talking of Jockeys Championships, Joe Levy's still in the race for the Apprentice title, and he's got a chance here on Jimmy Speaking, who won here back in April. His £3 claim off that horse could be a help. Last one, Crimson Sands goes in. Let's get back to Anthony Ennis.
Here's Chris here, last one, Crimson Sand. Crimson Sand, a little bit reluctant to go in. Blue and yellow diamonds, slightly similar to American Bay, who's a chestnut. Last one is in. Ready to go. And they're off. Jumped away. Ballon d'Or away very quickly on the inside. Also up there is Crimson Sand for the second division of the Betfair Exchange Beacons Handicap Stakes. Plenty of speed on here. Ballon d'Or towards the inside, yellow with a blue star. Wider out, yellow and grey of Spring Bloom. The star jacket of Tsunami Spirit just off the pace. Yellow and blue of Crimson Sand is on the inside. The purple and yellow diamonds, American Bay is next. Bowman is wider out. Dark blue, Invincible Speed. Nemov is towards the back. The market leader, red, white and blue, is just about last. Alongside Jimmy Speaking, the white colours, as they head around the crown of the bend and head towards the halfway point. So with 3 to go on the inside, Ballon d'Or now taken on by Spring Bloom, the light grey cap. Spring Bloom nosing on to Ballon d'Or as they turn for home with 2 furlongs to go. Wider out is Bowman, then comes behind those Crimson Sand. Wider out the white face, that's American Bay. Extreme outside the white colours of Jimmy Speaking. Nemov a lot to do and not much room either. Heading down for the final furlong. Still there on the inside, Spring Bloom. Down the outer goes Bowman. Nemov is now running on with Crimson Sand as well. Crimson Sand has picked it up though to Nemov and Spring Bloom. Late on, it's Crimson Sand who wins to Nemov. 3rd was Bowman. 4th was close. On the outside, the diamonds of American Bay was up there. Spring Bloom on the inside. Not sure for 4th.
Crimson Sand wins, 191 days off the track under Kieran O'Neill. He has taken this second division of the 6 furlong handicap from the favourite Nemov in 2nd, and it was pretty tight for 3rd spot with Spring Bloom on the far side and Bowman more towards the near side. American Bay is the next horse home, but there's the one that counts. 16 to 1, Crimson Sand makes that winning return to score. He did win on the back of a short freshen up around here last season over 5 furlongs. That was with the cheek pieces on. So he's a horse that has run well fresh in the past, but even so, it's a good effort. Thought they might just have needed this, as I said beforehand, to warm into his all-weather campaign, but he hasn't, and he's been tough and gutsy, knuckled down well to see off Nemov, who was never really managed yeah, Lion Ring strong in the market, looking to bounce back to form. Ryan Kavanagh aboard. He's got a really good record and he's back down in class, so he will find this a little bit weaker. I think he probably is the horse to beat. Style of racing well suited to this track, and a decent enough chance, I think, that he's able to get loose on the lead. Due date, just about the last to go in. Let's get back up for the call.
So due date, all restless is Rogue Thunder there in gate 2. Last one coming in then. Due date under Luke Morris is in. Handler away was set to go. He's restless though, due date. All in. And they're off. Slow to go was Rogue Thunder on the inside. Missed it quite badly. This is the Betfair Exchange handicap stakes. Due date broke well. Also up there is Araif Jan, and towards the inside is Lion Ring in the black and white. Then the white and red hoops of Midnight Flame, the grey, racing in 4th place. Just off the pace is Doves of Peace on the inside. The white with the pink cap, and then the darker blue of Q20 Boy with the white cap. The yellow of Time Patrol is next as they pass the 4. The back marker is the slow starting Rogue Thunder, red cap. So heading for the halfway point, and up front on the inside, Araif Jan in the dark blue. On the outside is Due Date with the orange cap. Racing in 3rd is Lion Ring, the white and black colours. And then the cheek pieces of Midnight Flame on the outside of the pink cap, Doves of Peace, who goes the shortest way. Then Q20 Boy from Time Patrol is further back in the field. And still towards the rear is Rogue Thunder, who's going wide. In line for home. Here comes Lion Ring now in the 2 path to come and just brush the front. Lion Ring is going on. Doves of Peace is picking up well though. Goes off in chase. Down the outside, Q20 Boy. But Lion Ring has all angles covered. Entering the final half. Running on late is Q20 Boy. But Lion Ring is not for catching. Lion Ring tight second, either Time Patrol or Q20 Boy. Doves of Peace may have got 4th back on the inside.
Lion Ring bounces back to winning ways. Couple of days on from that Southern run, which came in a much hotter heat. And he has managed to win quite tidily in the end. It was tight for second. That is right on the nod of the head, so we'll wait for the judge there. It's between Q20 Boy on the far side and Time Patrol on the near side. He was just beaten last time out, Time Patrol. He's in another photo, but this time it's for the minor honours, and Lion Ring well backed under Ryan Kavanagh for Andrew Apprentice Riders title aboard Early Morning Dew. And coming into the race with a solid recent chance. One or two of them that would want a good gallop to aim at include Nassim, who's about to go forward into a wide draw. He would imagine would be dropped in from there and hope that they go a little bit too quick. Last one going in is Early Morning Dew. Here's the call with Anthony Ennis.
In, and they're off for our 9th and final. Jumped away, just steady leaving the stalls was Queen's Company, maybe in a bit shorter room, and also slow to gather stride. His Pledge of Honour has to be rousted along early doors. For this, the Betfair Plays Different handicap stakes. Up there early on is Star of St James upon the outside, the dark green with the white stars on the sleeves. To racing in second place is Milvus in the orange colours. Just ahead of that runner now in the maroon and yellow goes Philly Fudge as they pass us with a lap to go. So the leader is just steadying the tempo, Star of St James by a half length. To in second, Philly Fudge. Milvus is caught deep in the orange with a white cap. Back on the inside, the pale blue and maroon of Hill Station. Behind those, the white and black of Curtis, who's a previous course and distance winner. Wider out, McTed has got the noseband, the blue and green. Tracked by Early Morning Dew, who's deep on the course. Back towards the inside then is Glimmer of Light, and then comes Measured Moments, with further back blue and red of Queen's Company, followed by the white jacket of Ortard Prince, the pale blue disc. And then right towards the rear, we have Nassim in the yellow with a red cap, the purple colours of Arenas del Tiempo, and the back marker in the cherry and grey quarters is Pledge of Honour, who was slowly into stride. So heading well down the far side then, and up front on the inner, it's Star of St James narrowly to Philly Fudge in the maroon and yellow. Still deep on the course is Milvus. Back on the inside goes Hill Station, 5th place for Curtis. And then behind those we have Glimmer of Light, who's racing in the tartan colours on the inside, just ridden along. Then the dark blue of Measured Moments. Early Morning Dew and Joe Levy on the move now out wide, but still plenty of horses to pass. 2.5 furlongs in which to pass them. The leader is kicking on. That's Philly Fudge, who's gone for home. To Hill Station, who's out of the pack to give chase. Then comes Curtis and then Milvus. Down the outside, Measured Moments is getting going with a noseband. Even wider, Early Morning Dew as they head down for the final furlong. Stretched across the track here. Curtis in the middle with Measured Moments is going home really well for Danny Muscat. Keeping on well too is Queen's Company. It's Measured Moments though in front to Curtis. They go close home. Measured Moments wins to Curtis in second place. Third, Queen's Company, and fourth was Philly Fudge.
Measured Moments for Dan Muscat and John Butler takes the last, edging down the weight steadily and back onto the all-weather this evening. Has returned to form, this daughter of Time Test. She's got the better of Curtis, who was returning from a break and has run really well in defeat. Queen's Company was in third, and fourth was Philly Fudge, but the winner, Measured Moments, has stuck on really well down the outside in a race where they went a solid enough tempo, and not always the most straightforward of conveyances, really. She's often quite keen, and I just think a race that Satellite a good way out is probably suited, gets a clear shot at things, and the front couple have both come down the centre of the track, and in the end she wins going away. And it was a competitive race, if not a high class one, and she is well on top at the line. And second run following a short break, returns to the all-weather, having dropped a good way in the weights. She's back into the winner's enclosure, is Measured Moments, for the fourth time in her career. And that rounds out the 9-race card here at Chelmsford tonight. We'll head back to the studio on a 5-1 winner.